Okay, you guys. My voice, it's ever since I've became a man and I growed into the voice, the deep voice that I have. I can't make that sound, that woo-hoo sound, because I it's just too deep. It just don't. I can't get it out of my throat. I can say let's go. What we're going to read here tonight, what I'm going to show you, attempt to convey to you, is beyond anything you can, that you're going to, hopefully you can comprehend it. But it's beyond anything that you've ever read before, anything you've ever seen before. You ain't never seen a YouTube video, you ain't never heard anyone reading from anything, no television show, no documentary, no nothing that can be as exciting ain't the word for it. It's I honestly, I want to just run down the street right now and just shout for joy. And it's beyond anything. Just think of something that would make you so happy, so excited, so full of joy. Just think of what you would feel like if you were more happy, more excited, more blessed, more enriched, more satisfied. Think of that and just multiply it by trillions. That's how I feel right now. And it's beyond measure, my friends. You can touch that dial all you want. Go right ahead. I'm sure there are plenty of you who will. I'm sure that there's plenty of you who's going to say, he ain't going to read. He ain't going to show us nothing that I ain't already seen already. I know. But blessed be the ones who will turn their ears on and open their eyes and receive this gift that I've been given. And that blessed be you if you can receive this gift I've been given. Let me bless you with it. I hope you came ready to take off running down the street, hooting and hollering, shouting and screaming, let's go. It don't get no better than this, my friends. Watch and see. So here's Enoch. Let's get into it. Let's get right to it. Chapter 1, verse 1. The word of the blessing of Enoch, how he blessed the elect and the righteous, yes, who were to exist in the time of trouble. I can't even, I'm beside myself right now, guys. You got no idea. Who were to exist in the time of trouble, rejecting all the wicked and ungodly. Enoch, a righteous man who was with the Most High, answered and spoke while his eyes were open. Are your eyes open right now? Open your eyes and open your ears. Turn them on. Get all that other nonsense that don't mean a damn thing out of your mind and get ready. Prepare yourself to want to take off running down the street and to be more happy and excited, blessed, satisfied, full and overjoyed than you could imagine. And while he was a set apart vision in the heavens. This the angel showed me. From them I heard all things and understood what I saw, that which will not take place in this generation, but in a generation which is to succeed at a distant period on account of the elect. Upon their account I spoke and conversed with him, who will go forth from his habitation, the set apart and mighty one, the mighty Most High of this world, and his name is Yahuwah. Don't forget it. Who will hereafter tread upon Mount Sinai, appear with his host, and be manifested in the strength of his power from heaven. All shall be afraid, and the watchers be terrified. Great fear and trembling shall seize them, even to the ends of the earth. The lofty mountains shall be troubled, and the exalted hills depressed. Melting like a honeycomb in the flame, the earth shall be immerged. Don't forget, all words are always all necessary. You might recall how we've seen many a times it's saying how things melt. It says like the wax melts, right? Notice how he says the honeycomb here. And keep that in mind. Melting like a honeycomb in the flame, the earth shall be immerged, and all things which are in it perish, while judgment shall come upon all, even upon all the righteous. But to them shall he give peace. He shall preserve the elect, and towards them exercise clemency. Clemency just means mercy, grace. Then shall all belong to the Most High, be happy and blessed, and the splendor of the Most High shall illuminate them. Behold, he comes with 10,000s of his saints to execute judgment on them and destroy the wicked and reprove all the carnal for everything which the sinful and ungodly have done and committed against them. All who are in the heavens know what is transacted there. They know that the heavenly luminaries shall change not their paths, that each rises and sets regularly, every one at its proper period, without transgressing the commands which they have received. They behold the earth and understand what it is there transacted, from the beginning to the end of it. They see that every work of the Most High is invariable in the period of its appearance. They behold summer and winter, perceiving that the whole earth is full of water, and that the cloud, the dew, and the rain refresh it. Don't forget it. They consider and behold every tree, how it appears to wither, and every leaf to fall off, except of 14 trees which are not decadus, which wait from the old to the appearance of the new leaf for 2 or 3 winters. Again, they consider the days of summer, that the sun is upon it at its very beginning, while you seek for a covered and shady spot on account of the burning sun, while the earth is scorched up with fervid heat, and you become incapable of walking either upon the ground or upon the rocks in consequence of that heat. Now, I'm just going to keep reading here through the first of this stuff, but we're going to come back. All those words I just read to you, they're not what you've thought before if you've read this before. And you're going to want to know why he told us that right there. And you best recognize, and if you do, hallelujah, Yahuwah to you. Hallelujah that you opened your eyes, you turned your ears on, and you received this blessing of all blessings. They consider how the trees, when they put forth their green leaves, become covered, and produce fruit, understanding everything, and knowing that he who lives forever does all these things for you. That the works at the beginning of every existing year, that all his works are subservient to him and invariable. Yet as the Most High has appointed, so are all things brought to pass. They see, too, how the seas and the rivers together complete their respective operations. But you endure not patiently, nor fulfill the commandments of Yahuwah. But you transgress and culminate his greatness, and malignant are the words in your polluted mouths against his majesty. Ye withered in heart, no peace shall be to you. Therefore your days shall you curse, and the years of your lives shall perish. Perpetual execration shall be multiplied, and you shall not obtain mercy. In those days shall you resign your peace with the eternal maledictions of all the righteous, and sinners shall perpetually execrate you. Maledictions, it means your fantasy of everlasting life, of heaven, wherever your expectation, where you think you're going, that's what that's talking about. Shall execrate you with the ungodly. Pay attention, my friends. All you quote-unquote Yasharal who believe you're righteous, you best pay attention to this. The elect shall possess light, joy, and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. But you, ye unholy, shall be accursed. Then shall wisdom be given to the elect, all of whom shall live and not again transgress by impiety or pride, but shall humble themselves, possessing prudence, and shall not repeat transgression. They shall not be condemned the whole period of their lives, nor die in torment and indignation, but the sum of their days shall be completed, and they shall grow old in peace, while the years of their happiness shall be multiplied with joy and with peace forever, the whole duration of their existence. It happened after the sons of men had multiplied in those days that daughters were born to them, elegant and beautiful. And when the angels, the sons of heaven, beheld them, they became enamored of them, saying to each other, Come, let us select for ourselves wives from the progeny of men, and let us beget children. Then their leader, Samyaza, said to them, I fear that you may perhaps be indisposed to the performance of this enterprise, and that I alone shall suffer for so grievous a crime. But they answered him and said, We all swear and bind ourselves by mutual execrations that we will not change our intention but execute our projected undertaking. Then they swore all together, and all bound themselves by mutual execrations. Their whole number was 200, who descended upon Ardus, which is the top of Mount Armon. That mountain, therefore, was called Armon, because they had sworn upon it and bound themselves by mutual execrations. Most translations call it Mount Hermon. These are the names of their chiefs. Samyaza, who was their leader. All those names right there. Erijal, these were the prefects of the 200 angels, and the remainder were all with them. Then they took wives, each choosing for himself, whom they began to approach and with whom they cohabitated. And the dividing of the root, teaching them sorcery, incantations, and the dividing of roots and trees. And the women conceiving brought forth giants, whose stature was each 300 cubits. These devoured all which the labor of men produced, until it became impossible to feed them, when they turned themselves against men in order to devour them, and began to injure birds, beasts, reptiles, fish, and to eat their flesh one after another, and to drink their blood. Then the earth reproves the unrighteous. Moreover, Azazel, taught men to make swords, knives, shields, breastplates, and fabrications of mirrors. Keep all these things in your mind. And the workmanship of bracelets and ornaments, the use of paint, the beautifying of the eyebrows, the use of stones of every valuable and select kind, and all sorts of dyes, so that the world became altered. Impiety increased, fornication multiplied, and they transgressed and corrupted all their ways. Amazarach taught all the sorcerers and divider of roots. That guy taught the solution of sorcery. That guy taught the observers of stars. That one taught signs. That one taught astronomy. That one taught the motion of the moon. And men, being destroyed, cried out, and their voice reached to heaven. Then Michael and Gabriel, Raphael, Suriel, Uriel looked down from heaven and saw the quantity of blood which was shed on earth, and all the iniquity which was done upon it, and said to one another, It is the voice of their cries. The earth deprived of her children has cried even to the gate of heaven. And now to you, O ye holy ones of heaven, the souls of men complain, saying, Obtain justice for us with the Most High. Then they said to Yahuwah the King, Thou art Yahuwah, Master of Masters. So, however you'd say that, King of Kings. The throne of thy glory is forever and ever is thy name sanctified and glorified. Thou art blessed and glorified. Thou hast made all things, thou possess power over all things, and all things are open and manifest before thee. Thou beholdest all things, and nothing can be concealed from thee. Thou hast seen what Azazel has done, how he has taught every species of iniquity upon earth, and has disclosed to the world all the secret things which are done in the heavens. Samyaza also has taught sorcery, to whom thou hast given authority over those who are associated with him. They have gone together to the daughters of men, have lain with them, have become polluted, and have discovered crimes to them. The women likewise have brought forth giants. Thus has the whole earth been filled with blood and with iniquity. And now, behold, the souls of those who are dead cry out, and complain even to the gate of heaven. Their groaning ascends, nor can they escape from the unrighteousness which is committed on earth. Thou knowest all things before they exist. Thou knowest these things, and what has been done by them. Yet thou dost not speak to us. What on account of these things ought we to do to them? Then the Most High, the great and set apart one, spoke and said to that one, to the son of Lamech, and sent that one to the son of Lamech, saying, Say to him in my name, conceal thyself. Then explain to him the consummation which is about to take place, for all the earth shall perish. The waters of a deluge shall come over the whole earth, and all things which are in it shall be destroyed. And now teach him how he may escape, and how his seed may remain in all the earth. Again, Yahuwah said to Raphael, Bind Azazel, hand and foot, cast him into darkness, and opening the desert which is in Dudael, cast him there. Now, when I read this just a second ago, something came to my memory when I read that that Azazel was to be cast into the desert, into the opening the desert which is in Dudael. And I remembered there was one thing I briefly talked about a while back. I remembered seeing this short, a YouTube short of a Joe Rogan podcast, and there were two women on his podcast, and they were showing him this place that's called the center of the earth. You might know about it. If not, let me show you. So I went and looked for it, and I found it. It's called, the name of it is called Felicity, California. Let me show you. Felicity, California, right here. Felicity, California. Now watch this. Check it out. The Maze of Honor. Now I briefly mentioned this a while back, like I said, and the children's book written about this. It's called CEO. CEO, the good dragon at the center of the earth. When I mentioned this in a video a while back, I read, I think it was in the Bible somewhere, where it was talking about how Abba threw Satan into the midst of the earth, it said. I don't remember where that was. I couldn't find it. I don't remember. Maybe we'll find it again, but that's neither here nor there right now. Wait till you see what I show you. So look at how this is set up. And you should see right away what's going on here. What kind of alignment and all that stuff is going on. Michelangelo's arm of God's sundial. Check this out. Now, let me see if I can find this. Let me click on, maybe I got to click on this other one here. I think I clicked on this one. No, I think it was this one, maybe. The Museum of History in Granite. Yeah, this is it right here. Check this out. Now, you can see there's a pyramid, okay? At the beginning of that little thing right there. Right there. There's a pyramid made out of granite, and I think they said bronze, or no, the plaque is made out of bronze. And there's a church in line with it up there on top of that mound, and everything is in line, right? And it's all, look, you can see all the different whatever designs, metrics, and everything. Right here it says something of the history or whatever, literacy for millennia. And look, you see that right there? This is the alpha. That the A in that horseshoe represents the alpha and the omega. What else do you see right there? What do you see? This thing, that circle, that alpha and the omega is on. That is a yin yang sign, isn't it? Sure is. Watch this. When I seen that, I'm just showing you this right here. This ain't what you need, what you're gonna run down the road for, shouting for joy. This is just more evidence of what we've been seeing, what we've been shown. I would love to know how many of you are looking at this picture right now and are saying, can remember the significance to this picture of what, there's something I've been talking about. I've shown the spiral stairs, and it ain't been that long ago. I'm not going to hold my breath that any of yous really, I mean, maybe a few of yous might remember this. I don't know. The significance in that being there is massive. And it's just as massive as that right there. That picture right there. Why do you think there's a black and white checkered floor out there? Why do you think there's a yin yang sign? Why do you think there's a spiral stair sitting there? You should remember, right? Everything we've been seeing and all them stories we've read about the duality, about the stairs, about those movies I read the plots to, the Machinist, the movie The Machinist, the movie I can't remember the other one, with Christian Bale. Christian Bale is his name. So this place has been by law declared to be the center of the earth. You can go read about it. And there's that, like I said, there's that children's book. And that right there, that window up there above that door, that has everything to do with it. It's all about duality. This is telling you a story. This place is telling you a story. Look right here. Stand at the official center of the world inside the pyramid. And the two girls on the Joe Rogan show, they said that they paid or something to go on this tour, and that when they went in there, there was a guy with as above so below holding his hand, one up and one down just now. They said, the lady said, the two girls on the Joe Rogan show said that this lady that was given the tour wanted them to like take this oath in that pyramid, and the two girls said that it was so creepy that they said no, and that the lady and the guy who owned it kicked them out right then. And they said that unless you take this oath, you can't take the tour or whatever. It was something, you can find it on the Joe Rogan podcast. It was crazy. But look, that stairs, that represents, this is everything we've been talking about, okay? And when I made the video where I pointed that, I showed you all this. I didn't show you this, but I showed you the pyramid right here. I said, something tells me that is a tomb, that underneath of there is buried, someone's buried under there. And I guarantee you should already know what's going on. And look, I looked it up. I'm not going to go to that right now. The Geographical Society, like the World Geography Society from France or something, declared it by law to be the center of the world. And it's no coincidence that there's a children's book that was written by the guy that made that place called Seo, the Good Dragon at the Center of the World. And you know how much that book goes for? I seen some in there for like $2,500. I tried to find it and tried to get like PDFs so I could read it to you guys. You can't get it. It's like the cheapest one was like $200 for this little children's book. If any of you guys can come up somehow with pictures of the pages, it's like a little thin children's book. I'm not going to go to Google just to show you the cover. You can find the cover of it. It's a children's book with a dragon on the front, and it says Seo, the Good Dragon at the Center of the Earth. And CEO means center, the center of the earth, or COE, maybe it is. It's COE, maybe that's what it is. But if you can find the pictures of that page, any of you guys, please send them to me. I want to see what that book says. I want to know. Send it to me. But that's got nothing, that really has nothing to do with what I'm going to show you. I mean, the picture of the stairs and that checkered floor and that yin yang sign with the alpha and omega on it, if you believe in what the Most High has been telling us and what I'm about to show you, that is just more confirmation. But really, we could do without all that. But I just had to show you that. I was reading this, and I read that part about the desert where he was to be thrown in the desert or whatever, and it came to my mind, that Joe Rogan podcast and that pyramid thing. So I went and looked it up. Boom. Guarantee you that's what that is. And why, like, let's go back and look at that real quick. Why would they have this big grand museum, right, out here in the desert, in the middle of nowhere, really? Like, look, I mean, there's these towns here, but really, and look, just look at how it looks. Look at how the ground looks there and everything. And there's like, I mean, you can go and just look around out here on the desert floor at all this stuff. And I mean, there's anomalies out here, things out here that just don't make no sense. It really don't. But that's not what we're going to get into. What I'm going to show you in this book of Enoch. If you're a true believer of the Most High and His Word, you're going to take off running, do cartwheels, backflips, hoot and holler, and shout for joy. Mark my words. Okay, now I jumped here to chapter 24, and I didn't jump here just because of the number, but you should definitely take note that it is chapter 24. Prior to this, the other chapters, and you can go read them another time. We can read them again, whatever. But basically what it was saying in the previous chapters, it was talking about what each angel did, what fallen angel, the Watchers, did, what they taught people, where the place where they are going to be taken, and all the unjust, all the people who will be destroyed, where they're going to be taken, all that kind of stuff. Now, check out what chapter 24 says. I went from thence to another place, and saw a mountain of fire flashing both by day and night. I proceeded towards it, and perceived 7 splendid mountains, which were all different from each other. Their stones were brilliant and beautiful. All were brilliant and splendid to behold, and beautiful was their surface. 3 mountains were towards the east, and strengthened by being placed one upon another, and 3 were towards the south, strengthened in a similar manner. There were likewise deep valleys, which did not approach each other, and the 7th mountain was in the midst of them in length. They all resembled the seat of a throne, and odoriferous trees surrounded them. Among these there was a tree of an unceasing smell, nor of those which were in Eden was there one of all the fragrant trees which smelt like this. Its leaf, its flower, and its bark never withered, and its fruit was beautiful. Its fruit resembled the cluster of the palm. I exclaimed, Behold, this tree is goodly in aspect, pleasing in its leaf, and the sight of its fruit is delightful to the eye. Then Michael, one of the set apart and glorious angels who were with me, and one who presided over them, answered and said, Enoch, why do thou inquire respecting the odor of this tree? Why art thou inquisitive to know it? Then I, Enoch, replied to him and said, Concerning everything I am desirous of instruction, but particularly concerning this tree. He answered me, saying, That mountain which thou beholdest, the extent of whose head resembles the seat of Yahuwah, will be the seat on which shall sit the set apart and great Yahuwah of glory, the everlasting King, when he shall come and descend to visit the earth with goodness. Now, I'm not holding my breath, but do any of you do you guys have any ideas of anything maybe I've shown you pictures and that I've mentioned before? Does this bring to mind anything that I've talked about before? About that mountain? That I said looked like a throne and that I stare at it every time I drive by it? Yeah. And that tree of an agreeable smell, not one of carnal odor, there shall be no power to touch until the period of the great judgment, when all shall be punished and consumed forever. This shall be bestowed on the righteous and humble. The fruit of this tree shall be given to the elect, for towards the north life shall be planted in the holy place, toward the habitation of the everlasting King. Then shall they greatly rejoice and exult in the set apart one. The sweet odor shall enter into their bones, and they shall live a long life on the earth as thy forefathers have lived. Neither in their days shall sorrow, distress, trouble, and punishment afflict them. And I blessed Yahuwah of glory, the everlasting King, because he has prepared this tree for the saints, formed it, and declared that he would give it to them. From thence I proceeded to the middle of the earth, and beheld a happy and fertile spot, which contained branches continually sprouting from the trees which were planted in it. There I saw a holy, set-apart mountain, and underneath it water on the eastern side, which flowed toward the south. I saw also on the east another mountain as high as that, and between them were deep but not wide valleys. Water ran towards the mountain to the west of this, and underneath there was likewise another mountain. There was a valley, but not a wide one, below it, and in the midst of them were other deep and dry valleys toward the extremity of the three. All these valleys, which were deep but not wide, consisted of a strong rock with a tree which was planted in them, and I wondered at the rock and at the valleys, being extremely surprised. Then I said, what means this blessed land, all these lofty trees, and the accursed valley between them? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who were with me, replied, this valley is the accursed of the accursed. Forever here shall be collected all who utter with their mouths unbecoming language against the Most High, and speak harsh things of his glory. Here shall they be collected, here shall be their territory. In the latter days an example of judgment shall be made of them in righteousness before the saints, while those who have received mercy shall forever, all their days, be blessed by the Most High, the everlasting King. And at that period of judgment shall they bless him for his mercy, and he has distributed it to them. Then I blessed the Most High, addressing myself to him and making mention, as was meet, of his greatness. Yes. From thence I proceeded towards the east to the middle of the mountain, in the desert, the level surface only of which I perceived. It was full of trees of the seed alluded to, and water leaped down upon it. There I appeared a cataract composed as many cataracts, both towards the west and towards the east. Upon one side were trees, upon the other water and dew. Then I went to another place from the desert towards the east of that mountain, which I had approached. Then I beheld choice trees, particularly those which produced the sweet-smelling drugs, frankincense and myrrh, and trees unlike to each other. And over it, above them, was the elevation of the eastern mountain at no great distance. I likewise saw another place with valleys of water which never wasted, where I perceived a goodly tree which in smell resembled zazakinon. And towards the sides of these valleys I perceived cinnamon of a sweet odor. Over them I advanced toward the east. Then I beheld another mountain containing trees, from which water flowed like Neketro. Its name was Sarara, and whatever that is. And upon this mountain I beheld another mountain, upon which were trees of Alva. These trees were full, like almond trees, and strong. When they produced fruit, it was superior to all perfume. After these things I surveyed the entrances of the north. Above the mountains I perceived 7 mountains, replete with pure nard, odoriferous trees, cinnamon, and papyrus. From thence I passed on above the summits of those mountains to some distance eastward, and went over the Athraean Sea, and when I was advanced far beyond it, I passed along above the angel Zatiel, and arrived at the garden of righteousness. In this garden I beheld, among other trees, some which were numerous and large, and which flourished there. Their fragrance was agreeable and powerful, and their appearance both varied and elegant. The tree of knowledge also was there, of which if anyone eats, he becomes endowed with great wisdom. It was like a species of the tamarind tree, bearing fruit which resembled grapes, extremely fine, and its fragrance extended to a considerable distance. I exclaimed, "How beautiful is this tree, and how delightful is its appearance!" Then set apart Raphael, an angel who was with me, answered and said, "This is the tree of knowledge, of which thy ancient father and thy aged mother ate, who were before thee, and who, obtaining knowledge, their eyes being opened, and knowing themselves to be naked, were expelled from the garden. From thence I went on towards the extremities of the earth, where I saw large beasts different from each other, and birds various in their countenances and forms, as well as with notes of different sounds. To the east of these beasts I perceived the extremities of the earth. Where heaven ceased, the gates of heaven stood open, and I beheld the celestial stars come forth. I numbered them as they proceeded out of the gate, and wrote them all down as they came out one by one according to their number. I wrote down their names altogether, their times, their seasons, as the angel Uriel who was with me pointed them out to me. He showed them all to me and wrote down an account of them. He also wrote down for me their names, their regulations, and their operations. From thence I advanced on toward the north to the extremities of the earth, and there I saw a great and glorious wonder at the extremities of the whole earth. I saw their heavenly gates opening into heaven. 3 of them distinctly separated. The northern winds proceeded from them, blowing cold hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. From one of the gates they blew mildly, but when they blew from the 2 other gates, it was with violence and force. They blew over the earth strongly. From thence I went into the extremities of the world westward, where I perceived 3 gates open as I had seen in the north, the gates and passages through them being of equal magnitude. Then I proceeded to the extremities of the earth southwards, where I saw 3 gates open to the south, from which issued dew, rain, and wind. From thence I went to the extremities of heaven eastward, where I saw 3 heavenly gates open to the east, which had smaller gates within them. Through each of these small gates the stars of heaven passed on and proceeded toward the west by a path which was seen by them, and at every period of their appearance. When I beheld them, I blessed. Every time in which they appeared, I blessed Yahuwah of glory, who had made those great and splendid signs, that they might display the magnificence of his works to angels and to the souls of men, and that these might glorify all his works and operations, might see the effect of his power, might glorify the great labor of his hands, and bless him forever. The vision which he saw, the second vision of wisdom, which Enoch saw, the son of Jared, son of Malel, son of Canaan, son of Enos, son of Seth, son of Adam. This is the commencement of the word of wisdom which I received to declare and tell to those who dwell upon earth. Hear from the beginning and understand to the end. The set apart things which I utter in the presence of Yahuwah of spirits. Those who were before us thought it good to speak. And let not us who come after obstruct the beginning of wisdom until the present period. Never has there been given before Yahuwah of spirits that which I have received, wisdom according to the capacity of my intellect, and according to the pleasure of Yahuwah of spirits, that which I received from him for a portion of life eternal. And I obtained 3 parables which I declare to the inhabitants of the world. Here's the first one, the first parable. When the congregation of the righteous shall be manifested, and sinners be judged for their crimes, and be troubled in the sight of the world. Now, I need you to understand. Now, I know a bunch of you's probably turned off, shaking your head, whatever. Now, like I said, I don't want that to happen, but I can't do nothing about that. You didn't want to listen to the things I just read. All those things were vital in order for you to understand what we're about to read right now. Understand what it says right there in the beginning, the first word here in the beginning. Parable. You see that? Parable. This is a parable, and there's 3 of them. Okay? The first parable, when the congregation of the righteous shall be manifested, and sinners be judged for their crimes, and be troubled in the sight of the world. When righteousness shall be manifested in the presence of the righteous themselves, who will be elected for their good works, duly weighed by Yahuwah of spirits, and when the light of the righteous and the elect who dwell on earth shall be manifested, where will the habitation of sinners be? And where the place of rest for those who have rejected the Yahuwah of spirits? It would have been better for them had they never been born. When? 2. The secrets of the righteous shall be revealed. Then shall sinners be judged, and impious men shall be afflicted in the presence of the righteous and the elect. From that period, those who possess the earth shall cease to be powerful and exalted, neither shall they be capable of beholding the countenance of the set apart. That's why, if you turn the channel, if you're shaking your head and you don't believe me, that's why, right there. You can't behold the countenances of the set apart. That's why. For the light of the countenances of the set apart, the righteous and the elect, has been seen by Yahuwah of spirits. Yet shall not the mighty kings of that period be destroyed, but be delivered into the hands of the righteous and the set apart. Nor thenceforwards shall any obtain commiseration. I guess that's commission from Yahuwah of spirits, because their lives in this world will have been completed. In those days shall the elect and set apart race descend from the upper heavens, and their seed shall then be with the sons of men. Enoch received books of indignation and wrath, and books of hurry and agitation. Never shall they obtain mercy, said Yahuwah. A cloud then snatched me up, and the wind raised me above the surface of the earth, placing me at the extremity of the heavens. There I saw another vision. I saw the habitations and couches of the saints. There my eyes beheld their habitations with the angels, and their couches with the set-apart ones. They were entreating, supplicating, and praying for the sons of men, while righteousness like water flowed before them, and mercy like dew was scattered over the earth, and thus shall it be with them forever and forever. At that time my eyes beheld the dwelling of the elect, of truth, faith, and righteousness. Countless shall be the number of the set apart and the elect in the presence of the Most High forever and ever. Their residence I beheld under the wings of Yahuwah of spirits. All the set apart and the elect sung before him, in appearance like a blaze of fire, their mouths being full of blessings, and their lips glorifying the name of Yahuwah of spirits, and righteousness incessantly dwelt before him. There was I desirous of remaining, and my soul longed for that habitation. There was my antecedent inheritance. Antecedent. Let me see. I might have took the picture of that word. Antecedent. Yeah, right here. A thing that existed before or logically precedes another. So it precedes another. For that habitation there was my antecedent inheritance, for thus had I prevailed before Yahuwah of spirits. At that time I glorified and extolled the name of Yahuwah of spirits with blessing and with praise, for he has established it with blessing and with praise according to his own good pleasure. That place long did my eyes contemplate. I blessed and said, blessed be he, blessed from the beginning, forever in the beginning, before the world was created, and without end is his knowledge. What is this world? Of every existing generation those shall bless thee who do not sleep in the dust, but stand before thy glory, blessing, glorifying, exalting thee, and saying, set apart, Yahuwah of spirits fills the whole world of spirits. There my eyes beheld all who, without sleeping, stand before him and bless him, saying, blessed be thou, and blessed be the name of the Most High forever and forever. Then my countenance became changed until I was incapable of seeing. After this I beheld thousands and thousands of myriads, an infinite number of people standing before Yahuwah of spirits. On the four wings likewise of Yahuwah of spirits on the four sides. I perceived others besides those who were standing before him, their names. 2, I know. because the angel who proceeded with me declared them to me, discovering to me every secret thing. Then I heard the voices of those upon the four sides magnifying Yahuwah of glory. The first voice blessed Yahuwah of spirits forever and ever. The second voice I heard blessing the elect one, and the elect one who suffer, and the elect who suffer on account of Yahuwah of spirits. The third voice I heard petitioning and praying for those who dwell upon the earth and supplicate the name of Yahuwah of spirits. The fourth voice I heard expelling the impious angels and prohibiting them from entering into the presence of Yahuwah of spirits to prefer accusations against the inhabitants of the earth. After this I besought the angel of peace who proceeded with me to explain all that was concealed. I said to him, "Who are those whom I have seen on the four sides and whose words I have heard and written down?" He replied, "The first is the merciful, the patient, the set-apart Michael. The second is he who presides over every suffering and every affliction of the sons of men, the set-apart Raphael. The third, who presides over all that is powerful, Gabriel. And the fourth, who presides over repentance and the hope of those who will inherit eternal life, is Phanuel. These are the four angels of the Most High, and their four voices which at that time I heard. After this I beheld the secrets of the heavens and of paradise, according to its divisions, and of human action as they weigh it there in balances. I saw the habitations of the elect. Now, pay attention here, Mishpachah. This is a parable, right? He says, after this I beheld the secrets of the heavens and of paradise, according to its divisions, and of human action. Okay? According to human action, as they weigh it there in balances, I saw the habitations of the elect and the habitations of the set apart, and there my eyes beheld all the sinners who denied Yahuwah of glory, and whom they were expelling from thence and dragging away as they stood there, no punishment proceeding against them from Yahuwah of spirits. There too my eyes beheld the secrets of what? The secrets of lightning and the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are distributed as they blow over the earth, the secrets of the winds, of the dew, and of the clouds. There I perceived the place from which they issued forth, and became saturated with the dust of the earth. This is a parable, my friends. What have I been telling you that the lightning and the thunder represent? What have I been telling you that the clouds and the dew and all this stuff represents? The east wind. Why does the word say the east wind blew? They became saturated with the dust of the earth. That's the same thing as the mud of the streets. Yes. There I saw the wooden receptacles out of which the winds became saturated. The receptacle of hail, the hailstones. The receptacle of snow, the receptacle of clouds, the cloud itself, which continued over the earth before the creation of the world. I beheld also the receptacles of the moon, whence the moons came, whither they proceeded, their glorious return, and how one became more splendid than another. I marked their rich progress, their unchangeable progress, their disunited and undiminished progress, their observance of a mutual fidelity by a stable oath. Their proceeding forth before the sun, and their adherence to the path allotted them, in obedience to the command of Yahuwah of spirits. Potent is his name forever and forever. Yes. After this I perceived that the path both concealed and manifest of the moon, as well as the progress of its path, was there completed by day and by night, while each one with another looked towards Yahuwah of spirits, magnifying and praising without cessation. Since praise to them is rest, for in the splendid sun there is a frequent conversion to blessing and to malediction. The course of the moon's path to the righteous is light. Do you still think we're talking literal here? Let me repeat that. The course of the moon's path to the righteous is light. Which way does the moon travel? It travels from the east to the west, doesn't it? To the righteous is light. It's the same reason the Messiah said, as the lightning flashes in the east and shines to the west, so shall the coming of the Son of Adam be. But to sinners it is darkness. But to sinners it is darkness. In the name of Yahuwah of spirits, who created a division between light and darkness, and separating the spirits of men, strengthen the spirits of the righteous in the name of his own righteousness. Nor does the angel prevent this, neither is he endowed with the power of preventing it. For the judge beholds them all and judges them all in his own presence. I beheld another splendor, and the stars of heaven. I observed that he called them all by their respective names, and that they heard in a righteous balance. I saw that he weighed out their light, and the amplitude of their places, and the day of their appearance, and their conversion splendor produced splendor, and their conversion was into the number of the angels and of the faithful. Then I inquired of the angel who proceeded with me, and explained to me secret things, what their names were. He answered, a similitude of those has Yahuwah of spirit shown me, that they are names of the righteous who dwell upon the earth, and who believe in the name of Yahuwah of spirits forever and ever. Another thing also I saw respecting splendor, that it rises out of the stars and becomes splendor, being incapable of forsaking them. The second parable, respecting these who deny the name of the habitation of the set apart ones, and of Yahuwah of spirits. Heaven they shall not ascend, nor shall they come on the earth. This shall be the portion of sinners, who deny the name of Yahuwah, and who are thus reserved for the day of punishment and of affliction. In that day shall the elect ones sit upon a throne of glory, and shall choose their conditions in countless habitations, while their spirits within them shall be strengthened when they behold my elect one. Okay, what did it say in a little bit ago that the mountain looked like? It said, this is the throne. The angel told him, he said, this is the throne where the Most High will come down when he visits earth. In the end, when the faithful, the elect, will stand before him. Okay? It says, verse 3, in that day shall the elect one sit upon a throne of glory, and shall choose their conditions and countless habitations, while their spirits within them shall be strengthened when they behold my elect one, when they behold him, the word of truth, of understanding, the way, the life, the Lamb. When they behold my elect one. Remember, we read it too in the word, where it says he will be revealed, be manifested in the end. Shall choose them for those who have fled for protection to my set apart and glorious name. In that day I will cause my elect one to dwell in the midst of them, will change the face of heaven, will bless it and illuminate it forever. The truth, my friends. I will also change the face of the earth, will bless it, and cause those whom I have elected to dwell upon it, but those who have committed sin and iniquity shall not inhabit it. For I have marked their proceedings, my righteous ones will I satisfy with peace, placing them before me. But the condemnation of sinners shall draw near, that I may destroy them from the face of the earth. There I beheld the Ancient of Days, whose head was like white wool, and with him another, whose countenance resembled that of man. His countenance was full of grace, like that of one of the set-apart angels. Then I inquired of one of the angels who went with me, and who showed me every secret thing concerning this Son of Man. who he was, whence he was, and why he accompanied the Ancient of Days. He answered and said to me, This is the Son of Man, to whom righteousness belongs, with whom righteousness has dwelt, and who will reveal all the treasures of that which is concealed. For Yahuwah of spirits has chosen him, and his portion has surpassed all before Yahuwah of spirits in everlasting uprightness. This Son of Man, whom thou beholdest, shall raise up kings, and the mighty from their couches, and the powerful from their thrones, shall loosen the bridles of the powerful, and break in pieces the teeth of sinners. The teeth of sinners. He shall hurl kings from their thrones and their dominions, because they will not exalt and praise him, nor humble themselves before him, by whom their kingdoms were granted to them. The countenance likewise of the mighty shall he cast down, filling them with confusion. Darkness shall be their habitation, confusing them. Darkness shall be their habitation, and worms shall be their bed. Nor from that their bed shall they hope to be again raised, because they exalted not the name of Yahuwah of spirits. They shall condemn the stars of heaven, shall lift up their hands against the Most High, and shall tread upon the inhabit the earth, exhibiting all their works of iniquity, even their works of iniquity. Their strength shall be in their riches, and their faith in the gods whom they have formed with their own hands. They shall deny the name of Yahuwah of spirits, and shall expel him from the temples in which they assemble, and with him the faithful who suffer in the name of Yahuwah of spirits. In that day, the prayer of the set apart and the righteous, and the blood of the righteous shall ascend from the earth into the presence of Yahuwah of spirits. In that day shall the set apart ones assemble, who dwell above the heavens, and with united voice petition, supplicate, praise, laud, and bless the name of Yahuwah of spirits on account of the blood of the righteous, which has been shed, that the prayer of the righteous may not be intermitted before Yahuwah of spirits, that for them he would execute judgment, and that his patience may not endure forever. At that time I beheld the Ancient of Days, while he sat upon the throne of his glory, while the book of the living was opened in his presence, and while all the powers which were above the heavens stood around and before him. Then were the hearts of the saints full of joy, because of the consummation of righteousness was arrived, the supplication of the saints heard, and the blood of the righteous appreciated by Yahuwah of spirits. In that place I beheld a fountain of righteousness, which never failed, encircled by many springs of wisdom. Of these all the thirsty drank, and were filled with wisdom, having their habitation with the righteous, the elect, and the set apart. In that hour was this Son of Man invoked before Yahuwah of spirits, and his name in the presence of the Ancient of Days. Before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of heaven were formed, his name was invoked in the presence of Yahuwah of spirits. A support shall he be for the righteous, and the set apart to lean upon, without failing, and he shall be the light of nations. The light of nations. He shall be the hope of those whose hearts are troubled. All who dwell on earth shall fall down and worship before him, shall bless and glorify him, and sing praises to the name of Yahuwah of spirits. Therefore the elect and the concealed one existed in his presence, before the world was created and forever. In his presence he existed, and has revealed to the saints and to the righteous the wisdom of Yahuwah of spirits. For he has preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have hated and rejected this world of iniquity, and have detested all its works and ways in the name of Yahuwah of spirits. For in his name shall they be preserved, and his will shall be their life. In those days shall the kings of the earth and the mighty men who have gained the world by their achievements become humble in countenance. For in the day of their anxiety and trouble their souls shall not be saved, and they shall be in subjection to those whom I have chosen. I will cast them like hay into the fire, and like lead into the water. Thus shall they burn in the presence of the righteous, and sink in the presence of the set apart. Nor shall a tenth part of them be found. But in the day of their trouble the world shall obtain tranquility. In his presence shall they fall, and not be raised up again, nor shall there be any one to take them out of his hands, and to lift them up, for they have denied Yahuwah of spirits and his Messiah. The name of Yahuwah of spirits shall be blessed. In those days the saints and the chosen shall undergo a change. The light of day shall rest upon them, and the splendor and glory of the saints shall be changed. In the day of trouble, evil shall be heaped upon sinners, but the righteous shall triumph in the name of Yahuwah of spirits. Others shall be made to see that they must repent and forsake the works of their hands, and that glory awaits them not in the presence of Yahuwah of spirits. Yet that by his name they may be saved. Yahuwah of spirits will have compassion on them, for great is his mercy, and righteousness is in his judgment. And in the presence of his glory, nor in his judgment shall iniquity stand. He who repents not before him shall perish. Henceforward I will not have mercy on them, says Yahuwah of spirits. In those days shall the earth deliver up from her womb, and hell deliver up from hers that which it has received, and destruction shall restore that which it owes. He shall select the righteous and set apart from among them, for the day of their salvation has approached. And in those days shall the elect one sit upon his throne, while every secret of intellectual wisdom shall proceed from his mouth. For Yahuwah of spirits has gifted and glorified him. In those days the mountains shall skip like rams, and the hills shall leap like young sheep satiated with milk, and all the righteous shall become angels in heaven. This is a parable. This ain't literal. In those days the mountains shall skip like rams, and the hills shall leap like young sheep satiated with milk, and all the righteous shall become angels in the heaven. Their countenance shall be bright with joy, for in those days shall the elect one be exalted, the earth shall rejoice. The righteous shall inhabit it, and the elect possess it. The earth shall rejoice, my friends. After that period, in the place where I had seen every secret sight, I was snatched up in a whirlwind and carried off westwards. There my eyes beheld the secrets of heaven, in all which existed on earth: a mountain of iron, a mountain of copper, a mountain of silver, a mountain of gold, a mountain of fluid metal, and a mountain of lead. And I inquired of the angel who sent with me, saying, What are these things which in secret I behold? He said, All these things which thou beholdest shall be for the dominion of the Messiah, that he may command and be powerful upon them. And the angel of peace answered me, saying, Wait but a short time, and thou shalt understand, and every secret thing shall be revealed to thee, which the Most High of spirits, Yahuwah of spirits, has decreed. Those mountains which thou hast seen, the mountain of iron, the mountain of copper, the mountain of silver, the mountain of gold, the mountain of fluid metal, and the mountain of lead, all these in the presence of the elect one shall be like a honeycomb before the fire, and like water descending from above upon these mountains, and shall become debilitated before his feet. In those days men shall not be saved by gold and by silver, nor shall they have it in their power to secure themselves and fly. They don't have it within them, do they? To secure themselves and fly. Most people have turned it. Most people, if you're still here, you're still doing the same thing you always do. You're just sitting there thinking, yeah, he ain't showing me nothing that I don't already know. That's what you're thinking, ain't you? Well, if that were the case, you'd be here right now. Right here where I'm at. Within the vicinity. Within close proximity to where I'm at. Geographically, you'd be right here. And you ain't seen nothing yet. But just what I read to you so far, But the reason you're not seeing it, you just seen lots of reasons why. But you're going to get more. Nor shall they have it in their power to secure themselves and to fly. There shall be neither iron for war, nor a coat of mail for the breast. Copper shall be useless, useless also that which neither rusts nor consumes away. And lead shall not be coveted. All these things shall be rejected and perish from the earth, perish off the earth, when the elect one shall appear in the presence of Yahuwah of spirits. There my eyes beheld a deep valley, and wide was its entrance. All who dwell on land, on the sea, and in islands shall bring to it gifts, presents, and offerings. Yet that deep valley shall not be full. Their hands shall commit iniquity. Whatsoever they produce by labor, the sinners shall devour with crime, but they shall perish from the face of Yahuwah of spirits, and from the face of his earth. They shall stand up and shall not fail forever and ever. I beheld the angels of punishment who were dwelling there and preparing every instrument of Satan. Then I inquired of the angel of peace who proceeded with me, for whom those instruments were preparing. He said, they are preparing for the kings and powerful ones of the earth, that thus they may perish. After which the righteous and chosen house of his congregation shall appear, thenceforward unchangeable, in the name of Yahuwah of spirits. Nor shall those mountains exist in his presence, as the earth and the hills, as the fountains of water exist, and the righteous shall be relieved from the vexation of sinners. Then I looked and turned myself to another part of the earth, where I beheld a deep valley burning with fire. To this valley they brought monarchs and the mighty, and there my eyes beheld the instruments with which they were making fetters of iron without weight. Then I inquired of the angel of peace who proceeded with me, saying, for whom are these fetters and instruments prepared? He replied, these are prepared for the host of Azazel, that they may be delivered over and adjudged to the lowest condemnation, and that their angels may be overwhelmed with hurled stones, as Yahuwah of spirits has commanded. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel shall be strengthened in that day, and shall then cast them into a furnace of blazing fire, that Yahuwah of spirits may be avenged of them for their crimes, because they have became ministers of Satan, and seduced those who dwell upon earth. In those days shall punish go forth from Yahuwah of spirits, and the receptacles of water which are above the heavens shall be opened, and the fountains likewise which are under the heavens and under the earth. All the waters which are in the heavens and above them shall be mixed together. The water which is above heaven shall be the agent, and the water which is under the earth shall be the recipient, and all shall be destroyed who dwell upon earth, and who dwell under the extremities of heaven. By these means shall they understand the iniquity which they have committed on earth, and by these means shall they perish. Remember, you got to remember, this is a parable. Don't go thinking that he's talking about actual water. He's talking about the truth that listen, the truth that come from mountains, okay? By these means shall they understand the iniquity which they have committed on earth. You want me to tell you? I'm going to, all this, spoiler alert, I'll go ahead and tell you right now. And I ain't even shown you nothing yet. But by those means shall they understand the iniquity which they have committed on earth, and by these means shall they perish. I've been telling you this whole time, you got to get, I've been just relaying the message. The word's been telling you, you got to come within them borders. What has it been that's kept you from coming? By all that, you're going to understand perfectly when you're being destroyed that that's what kept you from living. It prevented you from having the power within you to secure yourselves and fly away to your safety. Every time you hear me say it, every time you've heard me say those words that I just said, you instantly get disgust in your mouth or in your mind. You instantly start thinking of reasons why I'm crazy, that this can't be true, and all the things that hold you wherever you are. Everything that you want to do, that you got to do, who you would have to convince, or who you couldn't leave, or what you couldn't leave, all that stuff, just like we've been saying, just like the word's been telling us, it's gonna be your reason of torment. You're gonna loathe yourselves when you realize what you've done. When you realize that you could have had your throne, could have had everything, and you squandered that opportunity for something that don't mean nothing. Not nothing. Whoever, if it's a person that you're not, or persons that you're not willing to leave, if they knew that they could get it, they'd leave you in a New York second and not even think twice. But they're the same way. They can't make themselves do it because of whatever it is that's holding them. Whatever it is, if it's persons or people or whatever, money, cars and clothes, all that stuff. Afterwards, the Ancient of Days repented and said, "In vain I have destroyed all the inhabitants of the earth." And he swore by his great name, saying, "Henceforwards I will not act thus towards all those who dwell upon earth. But I will place a sign in the heavens, and it shall be a faithful witness between me and them forever, as long as the days of heaven and earth last upon the earth. Afterwards, according to this my decree, when I shall be disposed to seize them beforehand by the instrumentality of angels in the day of affliction and trouble, my wrath and my punishment shall remain upon them. My punishment and my wrath, says Yahuwah, the Most High Yahuwah of spirits. O ye kings, O ye mighty, who inhabit the world, you shall behold my elect one, sitting upon the throne of my glory, and he shall judge Azazel, all his associates, and all his host, in the name of Yahuwah of spirits. There likewise I beheld hosts of angels who were moving in punishment, confined in a network of iron and brass. Then I inquired of the angel of peace who proceeded with me, to whom those under confinement were going. He said, to each of their elect and their beloved, that they may be cast into the fountains and deep recesses of the valley. And that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved, the days of whose life shall be consumed, but the days of their error shall be innumerable. Then shall princes combine together and conspire, the chiefs of the east among the Parthians and Medes shall remove kings in whom a spirit of perturbation, I can't say that word, perturbation, that was the last time I'm going to try, shall enter. They shall hurl them from their thrones, springing as lions from their dens, and like famished wolves into the midst of the flock. They shall go up and tread upon the land of their elect. The land of their elect shall be before them, the threshing floor, the path, and the city of my righteous people shall impede the progress of their horses. They shall rise up to destroy each other. Their right hand shall be strengthened, nor shall a man acknowledge his friend or his brother, nor the son his father and his mother, until the number of the dead bodies shall be completed by their death and punishment. Neither shall this take place without cause. In those days shall the mouth of hell be opened, into which they shall be immerged. Hell shall destroy and swallow up sinners from the face of my elect. Now, I hope you understood what that just told you. The chiefs of the east These people, they've convinced you that what I'm saying ain't true. And what it's doing, you are a king who has the opportunity to sit on your throne. But you just ain't gonna believe it, are you? You're being hurled from your throne, springing as lions from their dens. After this I beheld another army of chariots with men riding in them, and they came upon the wind from the east, from the west, and from the south. The sound of the noise of the chariots was heard, and when the agitation took place, the saints out of the heaven perceived it. The pillar of the earth shook from its foundation, and the sound was heard from the extremities of the earth unto the extremities of heaven at the same time. Then they all fell down and worshipped Yahuwah of spirits. This is the end of the second parable. Listen. The saints out of heaven, out of the truth, who are standing in the truth, they perceive this agitation that took place. They perceived it. The pillar of the earth shook from its foundation. The sound was heard from the extremities of the earth unto the extremities of heaven, from where the truth comes from, at the same time. When they did that, they said, I'm not believing nothing all that is about and saying. I'm falling down and worshiping Yahuwah, obeying him and his word. What is his word telling me? I better be in here with my nose rubbing across it from left to right, however you read. If you read from right to left or left to right, you need to be drooling and your nose needs to be sliding back and forth, reading that word, saying, what is it that I got to do? And you would find out if you do that. But if you don't, bye-bye. I now began to utter the third parable concerning the saints and the elect. Blessed are ye, O saints and elect, for glorious is your lot. Remember, I got to keep pointing this out so you guys remember that this is a parable. You see that? Let me do it again. Parable. Blessed are ye, O saints and elect, for glorious is your lot. The saints shall exist in the light of the sun. Now, most people, they see parable, but their mind instantly just forgets that it says parable. And they're probably, whoever's read this and is reading it right now, they're probably thinking that they're going to be floating in space in the light of the sun. That's where they exist. Do you see how pathetic that would be? You exist in the light of the sun. Remember, in Revelations it says, that is a parable. He says, I perceived Jerusalem, the renewed Jerusalem, coming down out of the heaven, where there was no need for sun or moon or stars. That the Lamb, the Most High, and the Lamb was their lamp, their light. You have to understand, this is telling you something. The saint shall exist in the light of the sun. That means you ain't going to exist unless you're looking, using the light of the sun on the ground to where your comely home is, and get your butt to that home. That's what this is telling you. And the elect in the light of everlasting life, the days of whose life shall never terminate, nor shall the days of the saints be numbered, who seek for light and obtain righteousness with Yahuwah of spirits. Now, let me tell you, most of you, all of you probably are thinking, no, and you've been thinking this the whole time, like the whole world does. If whoever hears this will think, that can't be true. No, I'll get to stay here in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and I'm going to be the best person I can be and do whatever, and I'll make it. And I'll get there. He's crazy. It could never be that you just got to physically go somewhere. Well, you could be right about that if it weren't for this key, this one key fact that you're leaving out. That could be true if what kept you from considering this and doing this isn't what makes you unrighteous. Why can't you come here? Why can't you look into this? Why can't you just say, you're right? You're right. This is what it's saying. What is it for you? And you already know. And you can denial. It's the worst. That's what's going on right now. Everyone's denying that this could be the truth, and they're saying, no, that's not true. I can stay here in Chattanooga, Tennessee and do what I do, and I'll make it because I'm righteous. But what is it that you won't leave Chattanooga, Tennessee for? What is it? Are you believing lies that this ain't the place? And you're believing lies. It's perfect. It's the perfect mechanism, because the only thing that will hold someone back from coming to the set apart place, to this, is the money, cars, the clothes, the lies, their dwelling place that they love more. They're not lamenting Jerusalem, not all that stuff. I mean, you could just go on and on. You could start right now and start writing reasons that you won't go. And you'll be writing for days, because there's all kinds of stuff. And write the amount of reasons why you should want to go, why you do want to go, and there'll be zero because you don't want to. Otherwise, you'd done be here. Do you see? It's perfect, and it ain't been no clearer than what it is, and it's only going to increase the more I read here. And if you don't like the fact that you actually got to do something for your to secure yourself, you might as well turn the channel right now, because all you're going to hear is just more reasons from the Most High's mouth that you have to get within them borders. That, like it said, the moon's path, which direction it goes, is the light of the righteousness, of the righteous, of the elect. But to the sinners, it's darkness. You guys, you're just going to keep going the other direction, because there's whatever it is. There's all your reasons why you won't do it. You know what I'm saying? And there's not one reason why you should you're not coming up with one reason, and it's the reason. It's life. You're not coming up with one reason to say, yep, he's right, this is right. I'm putting everything down and I'm going to my throne, to my kingdom. Because this is what it boils down to. You can say you want your throne all you want. You can say it. Okay, for those of you who are on the right, if Donald Trump was president still and he come out and told you this, would you go do it then? If Donald Trump said you ain't got long, you better here's where your throne is, and this is what it says, you better be within them borders to get your throne, or you're going to be punished in torment for eternity. Would you go then? You wouldn't even do it then, would you? You just keep sitting where you are, keep making excuses why it ain't true, and keep telling yourself that it's going to be okay. It's all sin either way. It's all transgression, unrighteousness, because what you ain't willing to let go of is your riches. We've been reading it. Even if you're a poor person, it don't matter. I'm not talking about just money. I'm talking about whatever it is. And then if you're so poor and you really don't have anything to stay wherever you are for, then you might come up with an excuse to say, well, I ain't got the money to go. Whatever it is, you're doubting. You're choosing this life. Bye-bye. The saints shall exist in the light of the sun, the elect in the light of everlasting light. The days of whose life shall never terminate, nor shall the days of the saints be numbered, who seek for light and obtain righteousness with Yahuwah of spirits. Peace be to the saints with Yahuwah of the world. Henceforward shall the saints be told to seek in heaven The secrets of righteousness, the portion of faith. For like the sun has it arisen upon the earth, while darkness has passed away, there shall be light interminable, nor shall they center upon the enumeration of time. For darkness shall be previously destroyed, and light shall increase before Yahuwah of spirits. Before Yahuwah of spirits shall the light of uprightness increase forever. You want me to tell you? Now, if you're thinking that that's afterwards, well, let me tell you. The darkness has been destroyed for me. He's talking about the ones that'll come home to their throne. That ain't believing all that BS. Whatever. I ain't believing that that's the Holy Land. I ain't believing that that's Jerusalem. I ain't believing there ain't nothing in Wisconsin, in Illinois, wherever I'm from. There ain't nothing there worth nothing. I'm not doubting. I know that he'll take care of me. All I got to do is go. All that darkness is destroyed. I'm dwelling in the light. It's increasing. That's what you're getting right now. That's what you're seeing right now. And I'm trying to shine it on you, help you see it. But guess what? All of you are sitting there shaking your head. No, I don't want it. I don't want it. It don't get no plainer than that. And just think about it for a while. Just after you watch this video, just sit and ponder. What is it? Sin? All the things that you're choosing and using as an excuse to not do this? Just think about it, what you're choosing. And you're going to see it's transgression. It's sin. Whether you believe it or not, you're probably sitting there thinking that you're holier than thou. But what are you holding on to? What won't you come to your throne for? You expect to just sit and do what you do and him to take you there. But, well, you ain't wanting to leave now. Are you going to want to leave then when he kidnaps you? You ain't going to, are you? You ain't going to now. You don't then. It's all sin, my friend. All of it. It's all doubt. It ain't got nothing to do with faith or light, nothing. Afterwards, every secret of the splendors and of the lightnings was seen by me. For blessing and for fertility they lightened. Did I read all this up here yet? No, I didn't. In those days my eyes beheld the secrets of the lightnings and the splendors and the judgment belonging to them. Is it making sense to you now what the lightning's been about? And how it will judge you? The lightning flashes from the throne. It's the whistle. We've seen it in his word. He's whistling. He's saying, come home. Come back. This is where you got to be. Get in that eye of the storm and you can live. And everybody, except for me, that I know on this earth, there might be other people that I'm just not aware of. I'm hoping, because all y'all are getting judged by that lightning right now. You're all choosing whatever it is you're choosing, and you're choosing it. If you ain't coming, most of you's done shut off the channel. That's what I'm saying. It's judging you. This is the separation of the time. Everything we've been seeing, my friends. And you seen all that stuff, those pictures, the spiral staircase and the black and white checkered floor, that yin yang sign I just showed you a little bit ago. That's what you're choosing. You're choosing that. That's what you've chose. Then lighten for a blessing and for a curse. They lighten for a blessing and for a curse. The lightning, the secrets of the lightnings and the splendors, and the judgment belonging to them. They lighten for a blessing. They've lightened for me a blessing. That's why I could take off running right now down the street, just a hooting and a hollering. It ain't nothing better. I'm secure, baby. Let's go. Y'all, I hate to say it, I love you. This is why I'm on here. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't even be on here. I would just be jumping in for joy because I'm secure. I'm trying to help you guys. But right there, that probably pissed all yous off when I said that, didn't I? Didn't it? That I'm trying to help you. You probably got pissed right then, didn't you? You're being judged. You're walking yourselves into death. And the only way to come out is to go. Start looking. Get to the land. I've told you. Tried to tell you. Y'all don't want it. And there I saw the secrets of the thunder when it rattles above in heaven and its sound is heard. The habitations also of the earth were shown to me. The sound of the thunder is for peace and for blessing, baby. See, I wasn't lying. Thundercat, ho, baby. I ain't been lying this whole time. And y'all been shaking your head. Yeah, he's crazy talking about that thunder and about that lightning and everything. And remember what I told you, and you're going to see that here in a minute. I told you in the last video? I said, or the second to the last, I said when I read a little bit of this Enoch, and I told you I was going to come back and read it. I said he tells Enoch in here that he would use him to get straight to the point with everybody, because they ain't willing to read the word to understand what these code words mean and everything. Well, Enoch, he's just going to get straight to the point with you and let you know for a fact after you watch this video, if you've had the cojones to stay here and listen to me to this point, he's getting straight to the point with you, and now you know what your expectation's going to be. You're gonna know now that you're gonna die. You're gonna know it. You ain't gonna have no more fairy tale fantasy now. If you ain't gonna decide to leave, you're gonna know. After you read this with me, Enoch, you're gonna know. I'm on my way to everlasting torment. And hopefully that'll scare you enough to get in the car, step on the gas. But I'm not holding my breath. No. The habitations also of the earth were shown to me. The sound of the thunder is for peace and for blessing, as well as for a curse. Yeah. According to the word of Yahuwah of spirits. I don't want an apology either for all of you who thought I've been crazy and ain't believe me. And for all of you who went and talked smack about me, don't apologize. I don't care. I want you to live. I want you to come. And if you're not gonna, I mean, you just seen he's been saying, so they can just get out of the elect, the chosen's face. Just that way we ain't even got to deal with you guys no more. Afterwards, every secret of the splendors and of the lightnings was seen by me. For blessing and for fertility they lighten. In the 500th year and in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month of the lifetime of Enoch, in that parable I saw that the heaven of heaven shook, that it shook violently, and that the powers of the Most High and the angels, thousands of thousands, and myriads of myriads were agitated with great agitation. And when I looked, the Ancient of Days was sitting on the throne of his glory, while the angels and the saints were standing around him. A great trembling came upon me, and terror seized my loins, were bowed down and loosened. My loins were bowed down and loosened. My reins were dissolved, and I fell upon my face. The set-apart Michael and another set-apart angel, one of the set-apart ones, was sent, who raised me up. And when he raised me up, my spirit returned, for I was incapable of enduring this vision of violence, its agitation, and the concussion of heaven. Then set apart Michael said to me, wherefore are you disturbed at this vision? Here too has existed the day of mercy, and he has been merciful and long-suffering towards all who dwell upon the earth. He got scared because he's seen. And it's terrifying, and it's plumb retarded at the same damn time. The reason it's so terrifying is because it's so retarded. All you gotta do, if someone could hear this that's 300 miles to the east of me, and they won't drive 300 miles to sit on the throne, to avoid everlasting torment, 1,500 miles. They probably got millions of dollars in the bank. They could jump on, they probably got private jets. They could come here. They could walk, whatever. Why do you think there's going to be gnawing, gnashing of teeth? Why do you think there's going to be agony the way it is? Because it was so simple for you guys, and you would not do it. Why? Because you wanted what this earth offered you. You chose something plumb pathetically retarded. Do you understand? You better wake up right now. And it's beyond merciful. People who've lived life of sin, whatever you want to call it, all they got to do is come. It's such mercy, and it's the perfect mechanism to see who loves him. You know, I've been saying, like, I made videos before. I've talked about how I used to put like popcorn, like breadcrumbs out for people to see if they love me, because I was sick of getting lied to all the time and used and abused. I was sick of people blowing smoke up my rear end and telling me that they love me, and then they come to find out they didn't. So eventually I just didn't trust anyone anymore. So I just said I would be talking, and y'all, I do it to you guys still. I would be talking and say things on my videos to see who's paying attention, and how many of yous do. I mean, yeah, you talk, and like we can talk back and forth, and you can say you've heard me, but have you heard me? Do you know what those spiral stairs was? What did I say about those spiral stairs? What did I say about that black and white checkered floor and the yin yang sign? That's what I'm saying. And I don't care about me. You ain't got to worry about it. This is Abba's talking to you now. This is what he's doing. He's been telling you, all you got to do is come home. And not a one of yous believe you won't come. It's mercy. He's extended mercy so far out to you. And I mean, what else is he supposed to do? And you keep believing, keep on believing that you get to sit there. That's unrighteousness. That's sin. Because you just keep on saying, no, this word ain't true. That's why it's been telling us that the Son, the Word, he is going to destroy you. It ain't happening. It ain't going to happen. It's happening right now. You're being destroyed right now. And you're going to walk into those everlasting torments, because the Word's been shooting out at you right upside your ear. But you don't want to hear it because of all kinds of reasons. And all those reasons are of this earth. And what you think's best. And you call the shots. I mean, I could go on and on. We could make miles long list of all the things that you're choosing. And we can write how that is unrighteousness and sin and pride on your behalf. We could just go on and on. But when the time shall come, then shall the power, the punishment, and the judgment take place, which Yahuwah of spirits has prepared for those who prostrate themselves to the judgment of righteousness, for those who abjure that judgment, and for those who take his name in vain. There you go. And you know, in the beginning, he was saying how those who esteem his name, basically, like, I can't remember exactly how it was saying, but that they are the elect and they're righteous. Most people were saying, yeah, all I got to do is know his name. You know, like in that Malachi verse where it says, all those who call upon the name of Yahuwah shall be saved. Yeah. All those who will come here and secure themselves in salvation, they will call upon his name, because they won't even get to that point of the word to know the truth if they ain't doing that. If they're still saying Jesus and Lord, yeah, they got no chance for sure. But if you're sitting there saying that that is your ticket and you get to still choose everything in this life and not drive a couple 100 miles or 1,000 miles to get to your security, if you're going to use the fact that you say his name, bye-bye. It's all in vain. It's been for nothing. It's been for nothing. What have you been saying it for? What have you been calling on his name for? If you don't revere his word enough to believe what he says, that he's telling you all you got to do. Is it so hard? Is it so hard to believe that he would be so nice to you? And so it would be so easy for you to obtain? And it is, but guess what? For you, you ain't got the power within you to get in the car and drive. It's so simple. That's what I'm saying. This is the only way it could be. Because, and you're gonna be mad when it's over with, the door's shut. Yeah, you're gonna be pissed at yourself. But that's no one's fault but yours. You got the power right now to do it, but you ain't got it within you to do it. You just won't do it because of blah, 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 blah. Yep. That day has been prepared for the elect as a day of covenant, and for sinners as a day of inquisition. Inquisition. What's Inquisition remind you of? Like the Inquisition? When everything that was of truth and whole and righteous got inquired by Satan, by darkness, by the enemy. So this day, and we're in this day, the fact that I'm reading this and seeing this and telling you lets you know whether you want to believe it or not. Just keep shaking your head. It tells you, it confirms to you that we're in this day, that your time's running out. The clock's almost wound out. And that day, the day that we're in, it's been prepared for me and for whoever who come to do it. And it ain't got nothing to do with how good of a person I am. So get that thought out of your mind. That's just more sin and transgression on your part, unrighteousness. No, it's been prepared for me because I'm here, because I did it. However I did it, whatever you want to attribute it to, whatever, it was the grace and mercy of Abba. And it was just, I had just enough. If you want to call it insanity, whatever you want to call it, whatever it was, it brought me here. Hallelujah. I'm here. Now it's here. It's a day of covenant for me. But for you who won't come, it's a day of inquisition because you've been inquired. Yeah. In that day shall be distributed for food 2 monsters, a female monster whose name is Leviathan, dwelling in the depths of the sea above the springs of waters, and a male monster whose name is Behemoth. And ain't it funny? We keep reading about Behemoth and Leviathan everywhere I've been reading about all this. Which possesses, moving on his breast, the invisible wilderness. That's that yin-yang sign. That's what that spiral stairs and those black and white checkered floors, as above, so below, all that stuff, that's what it represents. See, they've convinced you that, oh yeah, your check coming next Friday, that's worth your life. You can't believe what he's saying because you got a wedding coming up, you got a birthday, you got whatever it is. No, that can't be true because over there in Jerusalem, that's the Holy Land. And it's an invisible wilderness. Bye-bye to you guys. Bye-bye. I love you. Mwah. I love you guys. I wouldn't even be on here. And like I said, if you think that I don't, if you think that I'm on here because I want to brag about it, which I do want to boast about what the Most High has given us. I do. And you already know that. But I wouldn't be pleading with you guys. I've done boasted enough about this to you. I'm going to boast on my horn until I can't no more. And hopefully that's never, that it just never stops. But if you are going to sit there and act like I ain't trying to get you to see this, that's just more unrighteousness on your part. And whatever, if you do have it within you to say, no, he is telling, he's seen this, and I can hear it in his voice. He really does. He's praying that some of us, all of us, will do it. But I can't. If you're saying, but I can't because I can't afford it, I can't. So you don't believe that the Most High can do those kind of things. You got no faith. That's why it says all unbelievers shall perish in their unbelief. If you're 98 years old and you walk with a walker, you can get here. If you're 98 years old and you got a walker with tennis balls on the front of it, and you got 63 cents in your pocket, you got all you need to get here. What's it going to take? You've heard it. His name was Dendayan in the east of the garden, where the elect and the righteous will dwell, where he received it from my ancestor who was man, from Adam the first man, whom Yahuwah of spirits made. Then I asked of another angel to show me the power of those monsters, how they became separated on the same day, one being in the depths of the sea and one in thy dry desert. And he said, thou, son of man, art here desirous of understanding secret things. Yes. And the angel of peace who was with me said, these two monsters are by the power of the Most High prepared to become food, that the punishment of the Most High may not be in vain. There you go. It ain't going to be in vain. When you get destroyed, he's going to say, just like when I was just telling you how I put breadcrumbs out. I put breadcrumbs out to see if someone who's going to sit and blow smoke up my ass really ain't blowing, they're really telling the truth. And when they clearly showed me they ain't listened to nothing I said, they don't care nothing about me, but they're sitting there telling me, I know for a fact that they're sitting there blowing smoke up my rear end, that they're just trying to manipulate me and use me. Well, they ain't going to get what they thought they were going to get from me now. So those breadcrumbs weren't in vain, because it separated the real from the fake. So when the Most High destroys all y'all, he's going to know it ain't in vain. It ain't going to be like, well, should I have saved him because he did do a lot of righteous things and he only did this much unrighteousness. You see, there's not going to be no doubt. He's going to know. No, I put the word out there for him and told him that this is what they got to do. And not a one of them even knew about the word, because not a one of them was reading it. They didn't want nothing. They wanted this earth, and I gave them all the mercy I could possibly give them. They chose this earth. It's out of my hands. They're dead. Bye. See you later. Then shall children be slain with their mothers, and the sons with their fathers. And when the punishment of Yahuwah of spirit shall continue upon them shall it continue, that the punishment of Yahuwah of spirits may not take place in vain after that. Judgment shall exist with mercy and long suffering. Oh, baby. Talk about mercy and long suffering. Then another angel who proceeded with me spoke to me, and showed me the first and last secrets in heaven above, and in the depths of the earth, in the extremities of heaven, and in the foundations of it, and in the receptacle of the winds. He showed me how their spirits were divided, how they were balanced, and how both the springs and the winds were numbered according to the force of their spirit. He showed me the power of the moon's light, that its power is a just one, as well as the divisions of the stars, according to their respective names, that every division is divided, that the lightning flashes, that its troops immediately obey. Yes, sir, Abba, I'm coming. That cessation takes place during thunder in continuance of its sound, nor are the thunder and the lightning separated. Neither do both of them move with one spirit, yet are they not separated. Yeah, they both are doing the same thing. They're whistling. They've been whistling for you. And only the troops immediately obey. Everyone else they can't stand. They don't want to hear it. They didn't believe. They thought I was insane just for saying it. But turns out I wasn't, was I? For when the lightning lightens, the thunder sounds, and the Spirit at a proper period pauses, making an equal division between them, for the receptacle upon which their periods depend is loose as sand. Each of them at a proper season is restrained with a bridle, and turned by the power of the Spirit, which thus propels them according to the spacious extent of the earth. The spacious extent. The Spirit likewise of the sea is potent and strong, and as a strong power causes it to ebb, so is it driven forwards and scattered against the mountains of the earth. The spirit of the frost has its angel. In the spirit of hail there is a good angel. The spirit of snow ceases in its strength, and a solitary spirit is in it, which ascends from it like vapor and is called refrigeration. The spirit also of mist dwells within them in their receptacle, but it has a receptacle to itself, for its progress is in splendor. In light and in darkness, in winter and in summer, its receptacle is bright, and an angel is in it. The spirit of dew has its abode in the extremities of heaven, in connection with the receptacle of rain, and its progress is in winter and in summer. The cloud produced by it, and the cloud of the mist become united, and gives to the other. And when the spirit of rain is in motion from its receptacle, angels come and opening its receptacle bring it forth. When likewise it is sprinkled over all the earth, it forms an union with every kind of water on the ground, for the waters remain on the ground because they afford nourishment to the earth from the Most High who is in heaven. Yeah. Upon this account, therefore, there is a regulation in the quantity of rain which the angels receive. These things I saw, all of them, even paradise. In those days I beheld long ropes given to those angels, who took to their wings and fled, advancing toward the north. And I inquired of the angel, saying, Wherefore have they taken those long ropes and gone forth? He said, They are gone forth to measure. The angel who proceeded with me said, These are the measures of the righteous, and cords shall the righteous bring, that they may trust in the name of Yahuwah of spirits forever and ever. That's why it says that the sin, the enemy, lassos all of y'all guys with ropes like the wagon wheel or whatever. Yeah. The elect shall begin to dwell with the elect. Better get in your car, my friends. And use your walker. Use it. Whatever. Just open the door of your house. Wherever you're at, just open the door, start walking. Don't worry about your bag. I mean, you pack your bag, but go. That's the main thing. Just go. And you ain't got nothing to worry about. But you do have something to worry about, don't you? Yep. You're worrying about all kinds of things. You're doubting for all kinds of reasons. You're thinking crazy for all kinds of reasons. Your unrighteousness for all kinds of reasons. And sin. And I don't take no joy in saying that, but I'm telling you the truth. This is the truth. And these are the measures which shall be given to faith, and which shall strengthen the words of righteousness. These measures shall reveal all the secrets in the depth of the earth. Yeah. Just like I was saying, you can write it all down. You can write, but you ain't even going to do that. So just write that down in your head, that I wasn't even willing to write nothing down or think about why it is I'm not going. It's all being revealed. You can't hide this. Just like when I left breadcrumbs to see who it was that really was about, who really was saying who they were to me, and every one of them proved to me what they were about. It revealed everything. I didn't have to guess. I didn't have to. And it shall be that those who have been destroyed in the desert, and who have been devoured by the fish of the sea and by wild beasts shall return and trust in the day of the elect one. For none shall perish in the presence of Yahuwah of spirits, nor shall any be capable of perishing. There you go. Forever, baby. Then they received the commandment, all who were in the heavens above, to whom a combined power, voice, and splendor like fire were given. Yeah, baby, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat like that. That's what you've been hearing this whole time. You've been wondering where it come from. That's where it came from. You ain't never, and this ain't me boasting about me. This is me boasting in Abba Yahuwah, the Most High, our wonderful Creator, our righteousness. Why, I've been on my face the whole time. If you ever listened to anything, some of the videos I've made, where you might have thought, I ain't never heard anybody talk like this. I ain't never heard such synchronicity before. That's because it came from him, from here, from this place. That's why. You ain't never heard Joel Osteens and all them talking like this. That's because all I'm doing is just repeating the word of the Most High. They've been blowing smoke up your rear end and keeping them sheep all nice and calm. Yeah, just calm down, my baby. We're going out for a nice stroll, but actually you're on your way to get your head chopped off. Yep. And first, with their voice, they blessed him, they exalted him, they glorified him with wisdom, and ascribed to him wisdom with the word and with the breath of life. Yes. Then Yahuwah of spirits seated upon the throne of his glory, the elect one, the word, the truth, the way, and the life, who shall judge all the works of the holy in heaven above, and in a balance shall he weigh their actions, and when he shall lift up his countenance to judge their secret ways in the word of the name of Yahuwah of spirits, and their progress in the path of the righteous judgment of the Most High. See, I ain't been lying. This is the judgment. And it's simple, yet it's so beautiful and masterful that only anyone who ever thought that the Enoch and all the word I've been reading might have been fraud, you can know for sure that it wasn't. That there's no way any man could have ever thought of all this. He couldn't have come up with it. This is the judgment. And all you got to do is get in a car and drive to your secure, everlasting life, but you ain't gonna. It's so beautiful, but yet the reason that you ain't doing it is so retarded. Absolutely. I wouldn't care if it was a blizzard outside, 50 below zero. Getting out on the highway on your walker and sticking your thumb up in the air. It's all so easily attained, but you ain't gonna do it because you doubt, you don't believe, you're worried about this, you're worried about that, you can't leave because of this, you can't leave because of that. It's perfect. You're getting judged. You're being destroyed. And you have the capability of doing it, but it's disbelief that is killing you. They shall all speak with united voice and bless, glorify, exalt, and praise in the name of Yahuwah of spirits. He shall call to every power of the heavens, to all the set apart above, and to the power of the Most High, the cherubim, the seraphim, and the Ophanim from the throne. All the angels of power, and all the angels of Yahuwah, namely, of the elect one, and of the power, and of the other power, who was upon earth over the water on that day. Yeah, the set apart spirit. Shall raise their united voice, shall bless, glorify, praise, and exalt with the spirit of faith, with the spirit of wisdom and patience, with the spirit of mercy, with the spirit of judgment and peace, and with the spirit of benevolence. All shall say with the united voice, blessed is he, and the name of Yahuwah of spirits shall be blessed forever and ever. All who sleep not shall bless it in heaven above. You know what we just read? What, 14? And what's the odds it's verse 14? You know what that was? That's that song, baby. That's that renewed song, the song of Moses and the song of the Lamb. That's what that is. You just read it. And what are you singing right now? You're singing doubt. You're singing money, cars, clothes, Chattanooga, Tennessee. You're wrong. I don't believe it, David. You're crazy. I mean, everything that's coming out of your mind and out of your mouth is negative. The only way to sing what 14's singing is in the car. When you're stepping on the gas and that motor's just a humming, a singing, like that song Run, Baby Run, don't worry about the speed limit, go on and break it. That would be your song, because you'd be exalting. You'd be living on faith. Not Tulsa time, but faith. Yep, it's so easy. It's so simple. And like I said, that's going to be your torment when you realize how simple it all was. You're going to be so mad at yourself. And if you would do it, you'd be singing all that praise, because you would be thinking, man, how amazing is Abba Yahuwah, that all I got to do is this, and I can know. Now I am secure, and I know what I'm doing. But don't think anymore. Don't doubt anymore what you're doing, because whatever you're doing, that's what you're doing. All the set apart in heaven shall bless it, all the elect who dwell in the garden of life, and every spirit of light who is capable of blessing, glorifying, exalting, and praising thy set apart name. And every mortal man, more than the powers of heaven, shall glorify and bless thy name forever and ever. For great is the mercy of Yahuwah of spirits, long suffering is he, and all his works, all his power, great as are the things which he has done, has he revealed to the saints and to the elect in the name of Yahuwah of spirits. Thus Yahuwah commanded the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who dwell on earth, saying, open your eyes and lift up your horns, if you are capable of comprehending the elect one. If you are capable of comprehending this word that we've been shown, that I've been trying to wake yous up to. Are you capable? As of today, no one has, because no one's here. I mean, you can tell me that, and not how many, I think Sister Rena and Bethany are the only ones who said that they see what I'm saying. But the fact that y'all ain't here, and like I said, Sis Bethany, she's married. I mean, that's a different, you know, well, we would have to go through that and break that down even more. But the rest of yous, and I take no joy in saying this, it kills me that yous can't do this. That yous won't do this, I should say. Yous can, but yous won't. Yahuwah of spirit sat upon the throne of his glory, and the spirit of righteousness was poured out over him. The word of his mouth shall destroy all the sinners and all the ungodly who shall perish at his presence. In that day shall all the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who possess the earth stand up, behold, and perceive that he is sitting on the throne of his glory, that before him the saints shall be judged in righteousness. If you've been hearing what I've been saying right now, you've perceived. You're perceiving it right now. And that nothing which shall be spoken before him shall be spoken in vain. Nope. Trouble shall come upon them as upon a woman in travail, whose labor is severe, when her child comes to the to the mouth of the womb, and she finds it difficult to bring forth. There you go. And if you've had the cojones to listen to what I've said so far, and you've had your ear on, Now, it's just like when a woman is about to give birth, she's like, oh gosh, the baby's coming. The child's coming. Now you know, if you don't get in the car, you know what's coming, and it's going to be here soon. So now you're going to start shaking in your boots because you realize what's coming. One portion of them shall look upon another. They shall be astonished and shall humble their countenance. So no more are you just going to be able to sit there. You won't. You ain't going to sit there and say, no, that's not true because I'm a righteous person. I said I accepted the Messiah into my heart as my master and savior. No, you haven't. You didn't accept him. Because if you did, accepting him to be your master would be accepting the word as your master, to listen to it, to dig into it, to find this and do it. You'd be here right now. So the fact that you can't, that's all the proof you need to know. If you ever doubted, like, have I accepted him? No, you haven't, because you'd be here. If you've heard what I've been saying, you ain't accept, you're denying it. And trouble shall seize them when they shall behold this Son of Woman sitting upon the throne of his glory. Then shall the kings, the princes, and all who possess the earth glorify him who has dominion over all things, him who was concealed. For from the beginning the Son of Man existed in secret, whom the Most High preserved in the presence of his power and revealed to the elect. I seen him coming in on them clouds. You know, you're seeing him now too, but what's it gonna? You're being destroyed. So right now, you should have done been out. The door should have done slammed behind you, and the car should have done been started up. I wouldn't even give it time to warm up. If it's cold where you are, don't even let it warm up very long. You should have done been in it. It should have done been on the road, and the only thought should be getting here. That's it. But what's your thought? What is it right now? Is it, I'm crazy? There you go. Is it, you don't believe it? There you go. Is it, you can't make it? There you go. And we can just write it all out, and you're going to see that it's unbelief, it's unrighteousness, it ain't faith. You ain't choosing to live. You're choosing this world. You're choosing to die right along with it. He shall sow the congregation of the saints and of the elect, and all the elect shall stand before him in that day. Yes, all the kings, the princes, the exalted, and those who rule over the earth shall fall down on their faces before him and shall worship him. They shall fix their hopes on this Son of Man, on the Word, shall pray to him and petition him for mercy. Then shall Yahuwah of spirits hasten to expel them from his presence. That's when they're going to be saying, but Lord, didn't we do all these miracles? Weren't we just the righteousest of person? How comes Dottie's getting to live? He's a piece of crap. He did this and did that. Aren't you? That's what's going to happen, right? See, and that's how perfect of a mechanism. That's how perfect and masterful Abba is. Because we'd be here forever trying to figure out who ain't pieces of crap. Because we all are. We've all done things that we shouldn't have done. The only thing you got to do is get to the spot. They shall fix their hopes on this Son of Man. They shall pray and petition him for mercy. And then Yahuwah is going to expel them from the Son and his presence. Their faces shall be full of confusion, and their faces shall darkness cover the angels. The angel shall take them to punishment. That vengeance may be inflicted on those who have oppressed his children and his elect, and they shall become an example to the saints and to his elect. Through them shall these be made joyful, for the anger of Yahuwah of spirits shall rest upon them. Yeah. Then the sword of Yahuwah of spirits shall be drunk with their blood. But the saints and elect shall be safe in that day. nor the face of the sinners and the ungodly shall they thenceforward behold. Won't even have to deal with you guys anymore. I mean, and like I said, but I love you guys, but how many of you has been listening? So I don't have to sit and waste my breath for anybody now anymore. It's only going to be for the one who really loved me. And it's been for him, but at the same time, it's been for you guys too. And I love yous. But I mean, should I just keep on loving people? Should we all just keep on losing sleep at night and crying? You know how much I've cried? And for people I ain't even met before over them doing this. And none of yous wanted to listen. You know what I'm saying? I've had people just blowing smoke up my rear end this whole damn time. And I'm not saying that that anybody who ain't been listening to me, who don't believe what I'm saying, was doing it with the intentions to blow smoke up my rear end. I'm not saying that. I'm saying whether you believed it or not, whether you knew you were blowing smoke or not, if you ain't here, if you ain't done what you've had to do to get here, but you've been listening to me the whole time or whatever, then that's what you've been doing. That's just plain and simple. And like I said, I take no joy in saying that. I would love for you to do it, and not for my sake. You ain't got to come visit me. Just come and save your lives. That's what I want. But how many, I think about this every day. I think about those who I do love, and they say they love me. They think I'm crazy. They don't believe me. And here I am sweating and crying and losing sleep and everything else to try to get you to see it. And the whole time you ain't believed me one time. Otherwise you should be here. Yahuwah of spirits shall remain over them. And with this Son of Man they shall dwell, eat, lie down, and rise up forever and ever. Forever and ever. Where he goes, there you also can go too. Yep. You could have did it. You could do it right now. But are you? The saints and the elect have arisen from the earth, not floated up into pixie dust. No, they are risen from all that bull crap. They are risen, have left off to depress their countenances, and have been clothed with the garment of life. That garment of life is with Yahuwah of spirits, in whose presence your garment shall not wax cold, nor shall your glory diminish. In those days, the kings who possess the earth shall be punished by the angels of his wrath, wheresoever they shall be delivered up, that he may give, wherever you are, Chattanooga, Tennessee, that's where you're going to get twinkled up to where you don't want to go, that he may give rest for a short period, and that they may fall down and worship before Yahuwah of spirits, confessing their sins before him. They shall bless and glorify Yahuwah of spirits, saying, blessed is Yahuwah of spirits, Yahuwah of kings, Yahuwah of princes, Yahuwah of the rich, Yahuwah of glory, and Yahuwah of wisdom. He shall enlighten every secret thing. Thy power is from generation to generation, and thy glory forever and ever. Deep are all thy secrets, and numberless, and thy righteousness cannot be computed. Now we know that we should glorify and bless Yahuwah of kings, him who is king over all things. They shall also say, who has granted us rest to glorify, laud, bless, and confess in the presence of his glory. And now small is the rest we desire, but we do not find it. We reject and do not possess light has passed, and who do not possess it. Light has passed away from before us, and darkness has covered our thrones forever. That's going to be you. For we have not confessed before him. We have not glorified the name of Yahuwah of kings. We have not glorified Yahuwah in all his works, but we have trusted in the scepter of our dominion and of our glory. So right before I got to that last part, you were probably saying, yes, I have. I've confessed him and I've glorified his name. With your mouth, you have. But by you not trusting and coming here, digging in this word and finding this truth. You haven't. You've denied him. You ain't confessed nothing. Therefore, you're going to die because you've trusted in the scepter of your own dominion and of your glory. Because you thought, no, I don't have, that's crazy. Dottie's crazy. I'm not going, blah, 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 blah. There you go. In the day of our suffering and of our trouble, he will not save us. Neither shall we find rest. We confess that our Yahuwah is faithful in all his works, in all his judgments, and in his righteousness. In his judgment, he pays no respect to persons. There you go. It ain't got nothing to do with that. And good thing, because ain't none of us would get to go then. On account of our evil deeds, all our sins are truly without number. Then shall they say to themselves, our souls are satiated with the instruments of crime. But that prevents us not from descending to the flaming womb of hell. Afterwards their countenances shall be filled with darkness and confusion before the Son of Man, from whose presence they shall be expelled, and before whom the sword shall remain to expel them. Thus said Yahuwah of spirits, this is the decree and the judgment against the princes, the kings, the exalted, and those who possess the earth in the presence of Yahuwah of spirits. I saw also their other countenances. In that secret place I heard the voice of an angel saying, these are the angels who have descended from heaven to earth, and have revealed secrets to the sons of men, and have seduced the sons of men to the commission of sin. Yeah, all you who won't come because of whatever, blah, 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 blah. You've been convinced of that, to do that, from angel, whoever, the watchers. All you are getting cast into the lake of fire. Yeah. Because if you had any brains, if you had a clue, you would be on your face, rubbing your nose across this word. And when you seen it, you wouldn't care what you lost. You'd say, I want to lose that. I want to lose the Benjamins, baby. I want to give up the money, cars, and the clothes in Chattanooga, Tennessee. All that stuff, you can have it, because it's all getting burned up. I don't want all this. I want that. I want my throne. I want my everlasting life. And I do actually give all esteem, all reverence to Abba Yahuwah. I'm not really just blowing smoke up anybody's ass. It's all esteem, all esteem. You see how it's just perfect. He does everything perfectly. It don't get no better. And it's no coincidence that we're reading about Noah either. I've been telling you about the boat. So did Messiah. He said, just as in the days of Noah, you had to go get in the boat. Just as in the days of Noah. I bet there were people, do you think there were people back then that was saying, he's building a boat. I ain't going to get in that boat. That's ridiculous. That's retarded. And what happened when they didn't go get in the boat? And what's the case? I bet they were sitting there drowning thinking, all I had to do was go get in that boat and I could live, but I didn't. And then all them thoughts, all them memories are going to come up that came up to their mind thinking, when I heard that one time, about 1,000,000 times that I had to go get in the boat, that one time that I said he was crazy because I had a doctor's appointment, or I had this, or I had that. It's all going to come right into your face. It's going to be the shame of your face. In those days, Noah saw that the earth became inclined and that destruction approached. Then he lifted up his feet, and went to the ends of the earth, to the dwelling of his great-grandfather Enoch. He did whatever he had to do. And Noah cried with a bitter voice, hear me, hear me, hear me, 3 times. And he said, tell me what is transacting upon the earth, for the earth labors and is violently shaken. Surely I shall perish with it. After this, there was a great perturbation on earth, and a voice was heard from heaven. I fell down on my face when my great-grandfather Enoch came and stood by me. He said to me, why hast you cried out to me with a bitter cry and lamentation? And a commandment has gone forth from Yahuwah against those who dwell on the earth, that they may be destroyed. For they know every secret of the angels, every oppressive and secret power of the devils, and every power of those who commit sorcery, as well as of those who make molten images in the whole earth. They know Israel and Jerusalem. They know the fairy tale pixie dusts and twinkle toes raptures. They know every Casting Crown CD. They know what Joel Osteen said on Sunday. They know all kinds of stuff, don't they? They know speaking in tongues. They know Holy Ghosting. They know all kinds of things, but they ain't got enough sense to believe my word that tells them they got to come get in this boat. Nope. They're scholars. I mean, they went to law school. They're all kinds of smarts and brains, but evidently not, huh? They know how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how on the earth the metallic drop exists, for lead and tin are not produced from earth as the primary fountain of their production. There is an angel standing upon it, and that angel struggles to prevail. Afterwards, my great-grandfather Enoch seized me with his hand, raising me up and saying to me, go, for I have asked Yahuwah of spirits respecting that perturbation of the earth, who replied, on account of their impiety, have their innumerable judgments been consummated before me respecting the moons? Have they inquired, and they have known that the earth will perish with those who dwell upon it, and that to these there will be no place of refuge forever? They have discovered secrets, and they are those who have been judged, but not thou, my son. Yahuwah of spirits knows that thou art pure and good, free from the reproach of discovering secrets. He, the set-apart one, will establish thy name in the midst of the saints, and will preserve thee from those who dwell upon the earth. He will establish thy seed in righteousness with dominion and great glory. And from thy seed shall spring forth righteousness, and set-apart men without number forever. Like I said, you got to be praising his name. If you ain't praising his name and reading the word, you ain't coming. So he just said that the Most High knowed that Noah was pure and he didn't do all this stuff. Did he get to just sit there and wait it out wherever he was? He had to build the boat, didn't he? He had to get in the boat. But I guess you guys are better than Noah, huh? After this, he showed me the angels of punishment, who were prepared to come and to open all the mighty waters under the earth, that they may be for judgment and for the destruction of all those who remain and dwell upon the earth. And Yahuwah of spirits commanded the angels who went forth not to take up the men and preserve them. There you go. There ain't no rapture. Get that crazy idea out of your head. For those angels presided over all the mighty waters. Then I went out from the presence of Enoch. In those days, the word of the Most High came to me and said, Noah, behold, thy lot has ascended up to me. A lot void of crime, a lot beloved and upright. Now, then shall the angels labor at the trees. But when they proceed to this, I will put my hand upon it and preserve it. The seed of life shall arise from it, and a change shall take place, that the dry land may not be left empty. I will establish thy seed before me forever and ever, and the seed of those who dwell with thee on the surface of the earth. It shall be blessed and multiplied in the presence of the earth, in the name of Yahuwah. And they shall confine those angels who disclosed impiety in that burning valley it is, that they shall be confined, which at first my great-grandfather Enoch showed me in the west, where there were mountains of gold and silver, of iron, of fluid metal, and of tin. I beheld that valley in which there was great perturbation, and where the waters were troubled. And when all this was affected from the fluid mass of fire and the perturbation which prevailed in that place, there arose a strong smell of sulfur, which became mixed with the waters, and the valley of the angels who had been guilty of seduction burned underneath its soil. Through that valley also rivers of fire were flowing, to which those angels shall be condemned, who seduce the inhabitants of the earth. And in those days shall these waters be to kings, to princes, and to the exalted, and to the inhabitants of the earth, for the healing of the soul and body, and for the judgment of the spirit. Their spirit shall be full of revelry, that they may be judged in their bodies, because they have denied Yahuwah of spirits, and although they perceive their condemnation day by day, they believe not in his name. There you go. And if you're sitting there still saying, I believe in his name. Look at my Facebook profile pics frame. And I wear shirts. I got his name. Believing is an act. Do you believe that you can get out in your walker with the tennis balls and get to the set apart? You don't, do you? So you don't believe in his name. You don't believe that he is who he says he is, and that he will take care of you. All you got to do is use your feet to go. And how many of you are going to sit there and got plenty of money and opportunity to get here and you won't even go? You ain't in the walker. You got a hot rod out in the driveway, 2 or 3 of them that you could get in any one of them right now. You got plenty of cash. You could get here, but you won't, because you don't believe in his name. So stop saying it, because you don't. And as the inflammation of their bodies shall be great, so shall their spirits undergo a change forever. For no word which is uttered before Yahuwah of spirit shall be in vain. Judgment has come upon them because they trusted in their carnal revelry and denied Yahuwah of spirits. Revelry, remember, that's he called Jerusalem the city of revelry. That means the city of where it was going on, where you wanted to be. You trusted in your carnal revelry. That's where you wanted to be. That's what you chose. In those days shall the waters of that valley be changed, for when the angels shall be judged, then shall the heat of those springs of water experience an alteration. And when the angels shall ascend, the water of the spring shall again undergo a change and be frozen. Then I heard set apart Michael answering and saying, this judgment with which the angels shall be judged shall bear testimony against the kings, the princes, and those who possess the earth. For these waters of judgment shall be for their healing, and for the death of their bodies, but they shall not perceive and believe that the waters will be changed and become a fire which shall blaze forever. It's for the healing. You're getting in the car, stepping on the gas, it was for the healing. For your healing, but you didn't believe it. After this, he gave me the characteristical marks of all the secret things in the book of my great-grandfather Enoch, and in the parables which had been given to him, inserting them for me among the words of the book of parables. At that time, set apart Michael answered and said to Raphael, the power of the Spirit hurries me away and impels me on the severity of the judgment, of the secret judgment of the angels, who is capable of beholding. The endurance of that severe judgment which has taken place and been made permanent, without being melted at the sight of it. Again, set apart Michael answered and said to the set apart Raphael, who is there whose heart is not softened by it, and whose reins are not troubled at this thing? Judgment has gone forth against them by those who have thus dragged them away, and that was when they stood in the presence of Yahuwah of spirits. In like manner also set apart Rachael said to Raphael, they shall not be before the eye of Yahuwah, since Yahuwah of spirits has been offended with them. For like Yahuwah have they conducted themselves, therefore will he bring upon them secret judgment forever and ever. For neither shall angel nor man receive a portion of it, but they alone shall receive their own judgment forever and ever. After this judgment they shall be astonished and irritated, for it shall be exhibited to the inhabitants of the earth. Behold, the names of those angels, these are their names. The first of them is Samyaza. Second, that one, I can't say all of them. I can't even pronounce them. The 10th, Azazel. 11th, armors. I'm just gonna, but I see that one looks like betrayal right there, don't it? The 21st. These are the chiefs of the angels, and the names of the leaders of their hundreds, and the leaders of their 50s, and the leaders of their 10s. The name of the first is Yakun. He it was who seduced all the sons of the set apart angels, and causing them to descend on earth, led astray the offspring of men. So yeah, you know, like there's anything that's told you you ain't got to do this, it came from them guys. That's where it came from. He seduced Eve and discovered to the children of men the instruments of death, the coat of mail, the shield, the sword for slaughter, every instrument of death to the children of men. Whatever it is that's caused you, you ain't got no faith. You're trusting in bullshit. And it came from people who knew it would kill you. It's why they told you that. It was, you bought it hook, line, and sinker. You're still buying it. And the only way to get out of it now is to quit. And look, when Noah started to build the boat, was the flood coming? It wasn't very far away, was it? That should let you know where we are, how much time we got left. How long have I been trying to get you guys to get in the car? Pretty soon, the flood that I've been trying to warn you about, it's going to be here. And you won't escape. From his hand were the things derived to them who dwell upon the earth from that period forever. The name of the fourth, I'm not going to read their names, and pointed out to them every secret of their wisdom. He taught men to understand writing and the use of ink, and paper. Therefore, numerous have been those who have gone astray from every period of the world, even to this day. There you go. All them preachers, whether they had good intentions or not, it wasn't good. They might have felt in their heart that it was good what they were doing. But would they have did that if they couldn't have made any money? Would they have did it just because they love you and they love the Most High? They didn't, did they? So it don't matter what you think. How many times have we been, the Most High got to tell you that? It don't matter what's in your heart. What matters is what you do. And he knows what's in your heart by what you do or what you don't do. For men were not born for this, thus with pen and with ink to confirm their faith. There you go. I mean, I told you. I've been telling you, and you're going to see why you're going to see him say, Moses or Enoch, I'm going to use you for the end to make it perfectly clear to these people. And they won't be no more wondering about what it is they've done and who they believed and what they have to do. It's going to be cut and dry. Since they were not created, except that, like the angels, they might remain righteous and pure, nor would death, which destroys everything, have affected them. You could have escaped it forever and ever. But no, you chose this death, and now you got to take it. But by this their knowledge they perish, and by this also its power consumes them. The name of the fifth is that whoever that is discovered to the children of men every wicked stroke of spirits and of demons, the stroke of the embryo in the womb to diminish it, the stroke of the spirit of the bite of the serpent, the stroke of which is given in the midday by the offspring of the serpent, the name of which is whatever. This is the number of the Kezbel, the principal part of the oath which the Most High, dwelling in glory, revealed to the set apart ones. Its name is Becca. He spoke to set apart Michael to discover to them the sacred name, that they might understand that secret name, and thus remember the oath, and that those who pointed out every secret thing to the children of the men might tremble at the name of an oath. This is the power of that oath, for powerful it is and strong. And he established this oath of Archai by the instrumentality of the set apart Michael. These are the secrets of this oath, and by it were they confirmed. Heaven was suspended by it before the world was made forever. By it has the earth been founded upon the flood, while from the concealed parts of the hills the agitated waters proceeded forth from the creation to the end of the world. Okay, so now this This is talking about the oath. This is saying this is the power of that oath, for powerful it is and strong. He established this oath by the instrumentality of the set apart Michael. These are the secrets of this oath, and by it were they confirmed. And heaven was suspended by it before the world was made. And it's telling you right here that, like, by this oath, the sun and moon complete their progress, never swerving from the command given to them forever and ever. Now, I didn't read in the beginning, in like the first 20 chapters, there's a spot in there where it says, where the angel showed Enoch, he said, he was showing him this horrible place, and he said, this is where the luminaries of the heaven, like the stars or whatever, are in prison because they transgressed their command. They didn't come out in their time and go in the path, in the orbit that they were commanded to go. If you've ever wondered why that says that. I'm not going to read all this to you, but I'm going to study it because I don't understand a lot of it either about the stars, but I can tell you this much. The reason those luminaries were imprisoned to destruction is because they didn't go where they were supposed to go. By this oath, the stars complete their progress. And all this keeps talking about is how he's showing you how everything, there the treasures of thunder are kept, and the splendor for the lightning, treasures of hail. Everything does what it's supposed to do, okay? Everything wicked shall disappear and depart from before his face, and the word of the Son of Man shall become powerful in the presence. Oh, wait, let me back this up. And with them he establishes this oath by which they and their past are preserved, nor does their progress perish. Great was their joy. They blessed, glorified, and exalted because the name of the Son of Man was revealed to them. Not Jesus, and it's the Word. Yahusha was revealed to you. But if you don't follow him and pick up your stake, you ain't confessed him. You ain't accepted him. You're transgressing what you're supposed to do. The oath is what he made with Abraham and his descendants, that we would have a land, Jerusalem. Do you see? He sat upon the throne of his glory, and the principal part of the judgment was assigned to him, the Son of Man. Sinners shall disappear and perish from the face of the earth, while those who seduce them shall be bound with chains forever. According to their ranks of corruption shall they be imprisoned, and all their work shall disappear from the face of the earth. Nor thenceforward shall there be any to corrupt, nor the Son of Man, for the Son of Man has been seen, sitting on the throne of his glory. He's been seen, y'all. He's been seen. Are you going to follow him? Everything wicked shall disappear and depart from before his face, and the word of the Son of Man shall become powerful in the presence of Yahuwah of spirits. This is the third parable. Now, like here in the next few chapters, like all the way to 80, let me just read this one. After this, the name of the Son of Man living with the Yahuwah of spirits was exalted by the inhabitants of the earth. Exalted. Is the word exalted to you? No, it's not. Because you ain't here. You ain't even looking into this. You just keep shaking your head. It was exalted in the chariots of the Spirit, and the name went forth in the midst of them. From that time I was not drawn in the midst of them, but he seated me between two spirits, between the north and the west, where the angels received their ropes to measure out a place for the elect and the righteous. There I beheld the fathers of the first men and the saints who dwell in that place forever. Afterwards my spirit was concealed, ascending into the heavens. I beheld the sons of the set-apart angels treading on flaming fire, whose garments and robes were white, and whose countenances were transparent as crystal. I saw two rivers of fire glittering like the hyacinth. Then I fell on my face before Yahuwah of spirits, and Michael, one of the archangels, took me by my right hand, raised me up, and brought me out to where was every secret of mercy and secret of righteousness. He showed me all the hidden things of the extremities of heaven, all the receptacles of the stars and the splendors of all, and from whence they went forth before the face of the set apart. And he concealed the spirit of Enoch in the heaven of heavens. There I beheld in the midst of that light a building raised with stones of ice, and in the midst of these stones vibrations of living fire. My spirit saw around the circle of this flaming habitation, on one of its extremities, that there were rivers full of living fire which encompassed it. Then the seraphim, cherubim, and Ophanim surrounded it. These are those who never sleep but watch the throne of his glory. And I beheld angels innumerable, thousands of thousands, and myriads who surrounded that habitation. Michael, Raphael, Gabriel, Phanerel, and the set-apart angels who were in the heavens above went in and out of it. Michael, Raphael, and Gabriel went out of that habitation, and set-apart angels innumerable. With them was the Ancient of Days, whose head was white as wool and pure, and his robe was indescribable. Then I fell upon my face, while all my flesh was dissolved, and my spirit became changed. I cried out with a loud voice, with a powerful spirit, blessing, glorifying, and exalting. And those blessings which proceeded from my mouth became acceptable in the presence of the Ancient of Days. The Ancient of Days came with Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, with thousands of thousands, myriads, which could not be numbered. Then that angel came to me, and with his voice saluted me, saying, Thou art the offspring of man, who art born for righteousness, and righteousness has rested on thee. The righteousness of the Ancient of Days shall not forsake thee. He said, On thee shall he confer peace, in the name of the existing world, for from thence has peace gone forth since the world was created. And thus shall it happen to thee for ever and ever. All who shall exist and who shall walk in thy path of righteousness shall not forsake thee forever. With thee shall be their habitations, with thee their lot, nor from thee shall they be separated forever and ever. And thus shall length of days be with the offspring of man. Peace shall be to the righteous, and the path of integrity shall the righteous pursue in the name of Yahuwah of spirits forever and ever. And see, and this is saying the book of the revolutions of the luminaries of heaven according to their respective classes, their respective powers, their respective periods. So this is, I'm going to skip ahead here, but we need to come back and read this. I'm going to read it, but you need to just do what you've done learned here tonight already. That's what you need to do. But this is telling us like all these, what the sun does, how many days it comes in this way, and all these things. And it's basic, like there's a reason I need to understand every bit of it, and I'm going to keep reading it, and I'm not going to quit because I'm after it. But the main thing right now you need to understand is they don't transgress their course, and they live, and because of it, when they are on the course, because they followed the command, they are exalting, they're praising the Most High. They're saying, we don't call the shots, you call the shots. Therefore, they live forever. They're on their course forever. Because you won't. You are going to be destroyed. And like right here, like into that gate it enters for 30 days and sets in the west, in the opposite part of the heaven. In that period, the night is contracted in its length, the fourth part. So most people have read this all this time for years and thought that he was just, he was showing, what you could learn from this is how the stars move and stuff. And you can, but don't miss the big picture. The point of him telling you that. He's telling you that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. It goes where it's told to go. And he told us in the beginning, those things that didn't, those luminaries that didn't, that transgressed, they will be punished. You have to You can't transgress. And see, all this is just over and over again, him telling us, each one, respecting them, men greatly err. For these luminaries truly serve in the mansion of the world. One day in the first gate, one in the third gate, one in the fourth, one in the sixth. You see, it's just the seasons, the years. Showed me that the angel whom Yahuwah of glory appointed over all the luminaries of heaven and in the world, they might rule in the face of the sky and appearing over the earth. That they're a reason. You were born to sit on your throne and to live forever. That's where you have to go if you want it. And if you don't, you've transgressed. You see? So I'm not going to get into that all right now for sake of time for you. I'm going to go in. As soon as I shut this off, I'm going to go inside and I'm going to start reading it some more. And that's because I want to know. But I'm going to jump up here. Let me see. Now, my son Methuselah, all these things I speak unto thee, and write for thee, to thee I have revealed all, and have given thee books of everything. Preserve, my son Methuselah, the books written by thy father, that thou mayest transmit them to future generations. Wisdom have I given to thee, to thy children, and to thy posterity, that they may transmit to their children for generations forever, this wisdom in their thoughts, and that those who comprehend it may not slumber, but hear with their ears, that they may learn this wisdom, and be deemed worthy of eating this wholesome food. Blessed are all the righteous, blessed all who walk in the paths of righteousness, in whom no crime is found as in sinners, when all their days are numbered. With respect to the progress of the sun in heaven, it enters and goes out of each. See, if you were thinking right there when I read verse 4 that you were thinking, well, no crime's been found in me. That's why in verse 5 it says, with respect to the progress of the sun in heaven, it enters and goes out of each gate for 30 days. You have to come home. That's if not, then yes, crime has been found. Sin has been found because you ain't trusted in the name of Yahuwah. You don't trust that he's telling you the truth, that you actually got to do these things, but you have to. You have to do them. And now I have shown thee, my son Methuselah, every sight which I saw prior to thy birth. I will relate another vision, which I saw before I was married. They resembled each other. The first was when I was learning a book, and the other before I was married to thy mother. I saw a potent vision, and on account of these things besought Yahuwah. I was lying down in the house of my grandfather Malel, when I saw in a vision heaven purifying and snatched away, and falling to the earth. I saw likewise the earth absorbed by a great abyss, and mountains suspended over mountains. Hills were sinking upon hills, lofty trees were gliding off from their trunks, and were in the act of being projected, and of sinking into the abyss. Being alarmed at these, my voice faltered. I cried out and said, the earth is destroyed. Then my grandfather Malel raised me up and said to me, Why dost thou cry out, my son, and wherefore dost thou thus lament? I related to him the whole vision which I had seen. He said to me, Confirmed is thou that which thou hast seen, my son, and potent the vision of thy dream respecting every secret sin of the earth. Its substance shall sink into the abyss, and a great destruction take place. Now, my son, rise up and beseech Yahuwah of glory, for thou art faithful, that a remnant may be left upon earth, and that he would not wholly destroy it, my son. All this calamity upon earth comes down from heaven. Upon earth shall there be a great destruction. Then I arose, prayed, and entreated, and wrote down my prayer for the generations of the world, explaining everything to my son Methuselah. When I went out below, and looking up to heaven, beheld the sun proceeding from the east, the moon descending to the west, a few scattered stars, and everything which the Most High had known from the beginning, I blessed Yahuwah of judgment, and magnified him, because he has sent forth the sun from the chambers of the east, that ascending and rising in the face of heaven, it might spring up and pursue the path which has been pointed out to it.
I lifted up my hands in righteousness and blessed the set apart and great one. I spoke with the breath of my mouth and with the tongue of flesh, which the Most High has formed for all the sons of mortal men, that with it they may speak, giving them breath, a mouth, and a tongue to converse with. Blessed art thou, O Yahuwah, the King, great and powerful in thy greatness. Yahuwah of all the creatures of heaven, King of kings, the Most High of the whole world, whose reign, whose kingdom, and whose majesty endure forever and ever. From generation to generation shall thy dominion exist. All the heavens are thy throne forever, and all the earth thy footstool forever and ever. For thou hast made them, and over them thou reignest. No act whatsoever exceeds thy power with thee. Wisdom is unchangeable. Nor from thy throne and from thy presence is it ever averted. Thou knowest all things, seest and hearest them, nor is anything concealed from thee. For thou perceivest all things. The angels of thy heavens have transgressed, and on mortal flesh shall thy wrath remain until the day of great judgment. Now then, O the Most High, O Yahuwah, and mighty King, I entreat thee and beseech thee to grant my prayer, that a posterity may be left to me on earth, and that the whole human race may not perish, that the earth may not be left destitute and destruction take place forever. O Yahuwah, let the race perish from off the earth which has offended thee, but a righteous and upright race establish a posterity forever. Hide not thy face, O Yahuwah, from the prayer of thy servant. After this I saw another dream, and explained it all to thee. My son Enoch arose and said to his son Methuselah, To thee, my son, will I speak, hear my word, and incline thine ear to the visionary dream of thy father. Before I married thy mother Edna, I saw a vision on my bed, and behold, a cow. Here's the part. This is the part you need to understand. You need to hear too. You needed to hear everything. Would you disagree with that? You shouldn't. I mean, if you do, there's something going on upstairs. But this is huge right here. Pay attention. And behold, a cow sprung forth from the earth, and this cow was white. It was a white cow. Afterwards, a female heifer sprung forth, and with it another heifer. One of them was black, and one was red. The black heifer then struck the red one and pursued it over the earth. From that period I could see nothing more of the red heifer, but the black one increased in bulk, and a female heifer came with him. After this I saw that many cows proceeded forth, resembling him, and following after him. The first female young one also went out in the presence of the first cow, and sought the red heifer, but found him not. And she lamented with a great lamentation while she was seeking him. Then I looked until the first cow came to her, from which time she became silent and ceased to lament. Afterwards she calved another white cow, and again calved many cows and black heifers. In my sleep also I perceived a white bull, which in like manner grew and became a large white bull. After him many white cows came forth, resembling him, and they began to calve many other white cows, which resembled them, and followed each other. Again I looked and followed each other. Again I looked attentively while sleeping, and surveyed heaven above. And behold, a single star fell from heaven, which being raised up, ate and fed among those cows. After that I perceived other large and black cows, and behold, all of them changed their stalls and pastures, while their young began to lament one with another. Again I looked in my vision. Are you catching on here? They changed their stalls and pastures, while their young began to lament one with another. Again I looked in my vision, and surveyed heaven, when I saw many stars which descended and projected themselves from heaven to where the first star was, into the midst of those young ones, while the cows were with them, feeding in the midst of them. I looked at and observed them, when behold, they all acted after the manner of the horses, and began to approach the young cows, all of whom became pregnant and brought forth elephants, camels, and asses. At these all the cows were alarmed and terrified. When they began biting with their teeth, swallowing and striking with their horns, they began also to devour the cows, and behold, all the children of the earth trembled, shook with terror at them, and suddenly fled away. Again I perceived them when they began to strike and to swallow each other, and the earth cried out. Then I raised my eyes a second time towards heaven and saw in a vision, that behold, there came forth from heaven as it were the likeness of white men. One came forth from thence, and three with them. Those three who came forth last seized me by my hand, and raising me up from the generations of the earth, elevated me to a high station. Then they showed me a lofty tower on the earth, while every hill became diminished, and they said, Remain here until thou perceivest what shall come upon those elephants, camels, and asses, upon the stars, and upon all the cows. Then I looked at the one of the four white men who came forth first. He seized the first star which fell down from heaven, and binding it hand and foot, he cast it into a valley narrow, deep, stupendous, and gloomy. Then one of them drew his sword and gave it to the elephants, camels, and asses, who began to strike each other, and the whole earth shook on account of them. And when I looked in the vision, behold, one of those four angels who came forth hurled from heaven, collected together, and took all the great stars whose form partly resembled that of horses, and binding them all hand and foot, cast them into the cavities of the earth. Then one of those four went to the white cows and taught them a mystery while the cow was trembling. It was born and became a man, and fabricated for himself a large ship. In this he dwelt, and 3 cows dwelt with him in that ship, which covered them. Again I lifted up my eyes towards heaven, and saw a lofty roof. Above it were 7 cataracts, which poured forth on a certain village much water. Again I looked, and behold, there were fountains open up on the earth in that large village. The water began to boil up and rose over the earth, so that the village was not seen, while its whole soil was covered with water. Much water was over it, darkness and clouds. Then I surveyed the height of this water, and it was elevated above the village. It flowed over the village and stood higher than the earth. Then all the cows which were collected there, while I looked on them, were drowned, swallowed up, and destroyed in the water. But the ship floated above it. All the cows, the elephants, the camels, and the asses were drowned on the earth, and the cattle, nor could I perceive them, neither were they able to get out, but perished and sunk into the deep. Again I looked in the vision until those cataracts from the lofty roof were removed, and the fountains of the earth became equalized, while other depths were opened, into which the water began to descend until the dry ground appeared. The ship remained on the earth, the darkness receded, and it became light. Then the white cow, which became a man, went out of the ship, and the 3 cows with him. One of the 3 cows was white, resembling that cow. One of them was red as blood, and one of them was black and white, and the white cow left them. Then began wild beasts and birds to bring forth. Of all these, the different kinds assembled together: lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, wild boars, foxes, rabbits, and the hanzar, the sissa, the avis, kites, foncas, ravens. Then a white cow was born in the midst of them, and they began to bite each other. When the white cow, which was born in the midst of them, brought forth a wild ass and a white cow at the same time. And after that many wild asses, then the white cow which was born brought forth a black wild sow and a white sheep. That wild sow also brought forth many swine, and that sheep brought forth 12 sheep. When those 12 sheep grew up, they delivered one of them to the asses. Again those asses delivered that sheep to the wolves, and he grew up in the midst of them. Then Yahuwah brought the 11 other sheep, that they might dwell and feed with him in the midst of the wolves. They multiplied, and there was abundance of pasture for them. But the wolves began to frighten and oppress them, while they destroyed their young ones. and they left their young in torrents of deep water. Now the sheep began to cry out on account of their young, and fled for refuge to their Lord. One, however, which was saved, escaped, and went away to the wild asses. I beheld the sheep moaning, crying, and petitioning their master, with all their might, until the master of the sheep descended at their voice from his lofty habitation, went to them and inspected them. He called to that sheep which had secretly stolen away from the wolves, and told him to make the wolves understand that they were not to touch the sheep. Then that sheep went to the wolves with the word of Yahuwah, of the master, when another met him and proceeded with him. Both of them together entered the dwelling of the wolves, and conversing with them, made them understand that from thenceforward they were not to touch the sheep. And I'm not for sure yet, but I think that was talking about Joseph. Joseph went to Egypt, and then I think it's talking about Aaron and Moses right here going into Pharaoh, telling him not to touch the sheep and to let the sheep go, I think. We'll see. Afterwards, I perceived the wolves greatly prevailing over the sheep with their whole force. The sheep cried out, and their master came to them. He began to strike the wolves, who commenced a grievous lamentation. But the sheep were silent, nor from that time did they cry out. I then looked at them until they departed from the wolves. The eyes of the wolves were blind, who went out and followed them with all their might, but the master of the sheep proceeded with them and conducted them. All his sheep followed him. His countenance was terrific and splendid, and glorious was his aspect. Yet the wolves began to follow the sheep until they overtook them in a certain lake of water. Then that lake became divided, the water standing up on both sides before their face. Yep, that's exactly what this is, the Exodus. And while their master was conducting them, he placed himself between them and the wolves. The wolves, however, perceived not the sheep, but went into the midst of the lake, following them and running after them into the lake of water. But when they saw the master of the sheep, they turned to fly from before his face. Then the water of the lake returned, and that suddenly, according to its nature, it became full and was raised up until it covered the wolves. And I saw that all of them which had followed the sheep perished and were drowned. Yep. But the sheep passed over this water, proceeding to a wilderness which was without both water and grass, and they began to open their eyes and to see. Then I beheld the master of the sheep inspecting them and giving them water and grass. The sheep already mentioned was proceeding with them and conducting them. And when he had ascended the top of a lofty rock, the master of the sheep sent him to them. Afterwards I perceived their master standing before them with an aspect terrific and severe. And when they all beheld him, they were frightened at his countenance. All of them were alarmed and trembled. They cried out after that sheep, and to the other sheep who had been with them, and who was in the midst of them, saying, We are not able to stand before our master, or to look upon him. Then that sheep who conducted them went away and ascended the top of a rock. When the rest of the sheep began to grow blind, and to wander from the path which he had shown them, but he knew it not, their master, however, was moved with great indignation against them, and when that sheep had learned what had happened, he descended from the top of the rock, and coming to them, found that they were many which had become blind. Now look, what was their problem? They didn't even want to go. They wanted to go back after the water done drowned it all, Pharaoh and all the Egyptians. And when he went up to the rock, to the top of the Mount Sinai to get the instructions, they built the golden calf. They didn't want to stay on the path. They didn't want to keep marching to the land. And what happened? They died. Don't think you're better than Noah. Don't think you're better than Moses and better than all the rest of these people. You're not. You have to come. And if they died because they wanted to go back to Egypt, you're going to die in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And had wandered from his path. As soon as they beheld him, they feared and trembled at his presence, and became desirous of returning to their fold. Then that sheep, taking with him other sheep, went to those which had wandered, and afterwards began to kill them. They were terrified at his countenance. Then he caused those which had wandered to return, who went back to their fold. I likewise saw there in the vision that this sheep became a man, built a house for the master of the sheep, and made them all stand in that house. I perceived also that the sheep which proceeded to meet this sheep, their conductor, died. I saw, too, that all the great sheep perished, while smaller ones rose up in their place, entered into a pasture, and approached a river of water. Yeah, who was that? Joshua, right? Yeah. And Caleb, the guys that had faith. Then that sheep, their conductor, who became a man, was separated from them and died. All the sheep sought after him and cried for him with bitter lamentation. Moshe. I saw likewise that they ceased to cry after that sheep and passed over the river of water, and that there arose other sheep, all of whom conducted them, instead of those who were dead, and who had previously conducted them. Then I saw that the sheep entered into a goodly place and a territory delectable and glorious. And let me tell you, baby, it's so delectable and glorious every day. Today, I've just been in awe, just all day. And that's how it is every day. And there ain't nothing compared to it. Your Chattanooga, Tennessee is retarded, let me tell you, compared to this. I saw also that they became satiated, that their house was in the midst of a delectable territory, and that sometimes their eyes were open, and that sometimes they were blind, until another sheep arose and conducted them. He brought them all back, and their eyes were open. Then dogs, foxes, and wild boars began to devour them, until again another sheep tree arose. And look, every time they were blind, it's because they didn't want to stay in their home. They wanted to, what are they doing in Babylon? What are they doing over here? Let's go to Chattanooga, Tennessee. That's what it was. Instead of staying in their house where they stood, where it was amazing, they didn't want it. The master of the flock wanted themselves a ram to conduct them. This ram began to butt on every side those dogs, foxes, and wild boars, until they all perished. But the former sheep opened his eyes and saw the ram in the midst of them, who had laid aside his glory. And he began to strike the sheep, treading upon them and behaving himself without dignity. Then their master sent the former sheep again to a still different sheep, and raised him up to be a ram, and to conduct them instead of that sheep who had laid aside his glory. Going therefore to him and conversing with him alone, he raised up that ram and made him a prince and leader of the flock all the time that the dogs troubled to sleep. And I think this is talking about Messiah, pretty sure. The first ram paid respect to this latter ram. Then the latter ram arose and fled away from before his face, and I saw that those dogs caused the first ram to fall. But the latter ram arose and conducted the smaller sheep. That ram likewise begat many sheep and died. Then these was a smaller sheep, a ram instead of him, which became a prince and leader, conducting the flock. And the sheep increased in size and multiplied. And all the dogs, foxes, and wild boars feared and fled away from him. That ram also struck and killed all the wild beasts, so that they could not again prevail in the midst of the sheep, nor at any time ever snatch them away. And that house was made large and wide, a lofty tower being built upon it by the sheep for the master of the sheep. The house was low, but the tower was elevated and very high. Then the master of the sheep stood upon that tower and caused a full table to approach before them. Again, I saw that those sheep wandered and went various ways, forsaking that their house. And I think we've been reading about David and all the guys that we know about, right? And that their master called to some among them whom he sent to them. We might not have been reading about Messiah. It might have been David just a second ago. We may have not gotten to Messiah yet, but I'm just going to keep reading it and figuring it out. But these the sheep began to kill, and when one of them was saved from slaughter, he leaped and cried out against those who were desirous of killing him. But the master of the sheep delivered him from their hands and made him ascend to him and remain with him. He sent also many others to them to testify, and with lamentations to exclaim against them. Again I saw when some of them forsook the house of their master and his tower, wandering on all sides and growing blind. I saw that the master of the sheep made a great slaughter among them in their pasture, until they cried out to him in consequence of that slaughter. Then he departed from that place of his habitation and left them in the power of lions, tigers, wolves, and the zeet, whatever that is, and in the power of foxes and every beast. And the wild beast began to tear them. I saw too that he forsook the house of their fathers and their tower, giving them all into the power of lions to tear and devour, into the power of every beast. Yeah. And I mean, I would say that's Babylon and Israel, all of it. Babylon. It's all the same. Then I began to cry out with all my might, imploring the master of the sheep, and showing him how the sheep were devoured by all the beasts of prey. But he looked on in silence, rejoicing that they were devoured, swallowed up and carried off, and leaving them in the power of every beast for food. He called also 70 shepherds, and resigned to them the care of the sheep, that they might overlook them, saying to them and to their associates, every one of you henceforward overlook the sheep, and whatsoever I command you do, and I will deliver them to you numbered. I will tell you which of them shall be slain, these destroy, and he delivered the sheep to them. Then he called to another and said, understand and watch everything which the shepherds shall do to these sheep, for many more of them shall perish than I have commanded. Of every excess and slaughter which the shepherds shall commit, there shall be an account, as how many may have perished by my command, and how many they may have destroyed of their own heads. Of all the destruction brought about by each of the shepherds there shall be an account, and according to the number I will cause a recital to be made before me, how many they have destroyed of their own heads, and how many they have delivered up to destruction, that I might have this testimony against them, that I may know all their proceedings, and that delivering the sheep to them I may see what they will do, whether they will act as I have commanded them or not. Of this, however, they shall be ignorant, neither shall thou make any explanation to them, neither shall thou reprove them, but there shall be an account of all the destruction done by them in their respective seasons. Then they began to kill and destroy more than it was commanded them. And they left the sheep in the power of lions, so that very many of them were devoured and swallowed up by lions and tigers. And wild boars preyed upon them. That tower they burnt, and overthrew that house. Then I grieved extremely on account of the tower, and because the house of the sheep was overthrown. Neither was I afterwards able to perceive whether they again entered that house. The shepherds likewise and their associates delivered them to all the wild beasts, that they might devour them. Each of them in his season, according to his number, was delivered up. Each of them, one with another, was described in a book. How many of them, one with another, were destroyed in a book? More, however, than was ordered, every shepherd killed and destroyed. Then I began to weep, and was greatly indignant on account of the sheep. In like manner also I saw in the vision him who wrote, how he wrote down one destroyed by the shepherds every day he ascended, remained, and exhibited each of his books to the master of the sheep, containing all which they had done, and all which each of them had made away with him, and all which they had delivered up to destruction. He took the book up in his hands, read it, sealed it, and deposited it. After this I saw shepherds overlooking for 12 hours, and behold, 3 of the sheep departed, arrived, went in, and began building all which was fallen down of that house. But the wild boars hindered them, although they prevailed not. Again they began to build as before, and raised up that tower which was called a lofty tower. And again they began to place before the tower a table with every impure and unclean kind of bread upon it. Can you guess what tower this is? Any idea? And okay, I just read that part. Yep. Let me read that part again to you, in case you missed it. Again they began to build as before, and raised up that tower which was called a lofty tower. And again they began to place before the tower a table with every impure and unclean kind of bread upon it. Moreover, also all the sheep were blind, and could not see, as were the shepherds likewise. That tower, the image of the beast, Israel, just like he's been telling us. Thus they were delivered up to the shepherds for a great destruction, who trod them under foot and devoured them. Yet was their master silent until all the sheep in the field were destroyed. The shepherds and the sheep were all mixed together, but they did not save them from the power of the beast. Then he who wrote the book ascended, exhibited it, and read it at the residence of the master of the sheep. He petitioned him for them and prayed, pointing out every act of the shepherds and testifying before him against them all. Then, taking the book, he deposited it with him and departed. And I observed during the time that thus 37 shepherds were overlooking, all of whom finished in their respective periods as the first. Others then received them into their hands, that they might overlook them in their respective periods, every shepherd in his own period. Afterwards, I saw in the vision that all the birds of heaven arrived, eagles, the avis, kites, and ravens. The eagle instructed them all. They began to devour the sheep, to peck out their eyes, and to eat up their bodies. Peck out their eyes. The sheep then cried out, for their bodies were devoured by the birds. Imagine all the people who thought that was their comely home over there that's died. Just imagine. And then believed all the crap they've told them. All the Jesuses and Christmases and Kabbalahs and all this nasty garbage. I also cried out and groaned in my sleep against that shepherd which overlooked the flock. And I looked, while the sheep were eaten up by the dogs, by the eagles, and by the kites. They neither left them their body, nor their skin, nor their muscles, until their bones alone remained, the dry bones, until their bones fell upon the ground, and the sheep became diminished. I observed likewise during the time that 23 shepherds were overlooking, who completed in their respective periods 58 periods. Then were small lambs born of those white sheep, who began to open their eyes and see, crying out to the sheep. The sheep, however, cried not out to them, neither did they hear what they uttered to them, but were deaf, blind, and obdurate in the greatest degrees. Yes, I saw in the vision that ravens flew down upon those lambs, that they seized one of them, and that tearing the sheep in pieces, they devoured them. I saw also that horns grew up upon those lambs, and that the ravens lightened down upon their horns. I saw too that a large horn sprouted out on an animal among the sheep, and that their eyes were open. He looked at them. Their eyes were wide open, and he cried out to them. Then the Dabala, whatever that is, the Dabila, saw him, all of whom ran to him. I don't know what that is. I'll have to come back and tell you what that is next time, if you hear from me next time. If there is a next time, I don't know. And besides this, all the eagles, the avis, the ravens, and the kites were still carrying off the sheep, flying down upon them and devouring them. The sheep were silent, but the Dabala lamented and cried out. Then the ravens contended and struggled with them. They wished among them to break his horn, but they prevailed not over him. I looked on them until the shepherds, the eagles, the avis, and the kites came, who cried out to the ravens to break the horn of the Dabala, to contend with him and to kill him. But he struggled with them and cried out that help might come to him. Then I perceived that the man came who had written down the names of the shepherds, and who ascended up before the master of the sheep. He brought assistance and caused everyone to see him descending to the help of the Dabala. I perceived likewise that the master of the sheep came to them in wrath, while all those who saw him fled away. All fell down in his tabernacle before his face, while all the eagles, avis, ravens, kites assembled, and brought with them all the sheep of the field. All came together and strove to break the horn of the Dabala. Then I saw that the man who wrote the book at the word of the master opened the book of destruction, of that destruction which the last 12 shepherds wrought, and pointed out before the master of the sheep that they destroyed more than those who preceded them. I saw also that the master of the sheep came to them, and taking in his hand the scepter of his wrath, seized the earth, which became rent asunder, while all the beasts and birds of heaven fell from the sheep and sunk into the earth, which closed over them. I saw too that a large sword was given to the sheep, who went forth against all the beasts of the field to slay them. But all the beasts and the birds of heaven fled away from before their face. And I saw a throne erected in a delectable land. Upon this sat the master of the sheep, who received all the sealed books, which were opened before him. Then the master called the first 7 white ones, and commanded them to bring before him the first of the first stars, which preceded the stars whose form partly resembled that of horses, the first star which fell down first, and they brought them all before him. And he spoke to the man who wrote in his presence, who was one of the 7 white ones, saying, Thus take those 70 shepherds, to whom I delivered up to the sheep, and who receiving them killed more of them than I commanded. Behold, I saw them all bound, and all standing before him first came on the trial of the stars, which, being judged and found guilty, went to the place of punishment. They thrust them into a place deep and full of flaming fire and full of pillars of fire. Then the 70 shepherds were judged, and being found guilty were thrust into the flaming abyss. At that time likewise I perceived that one abyss was thus opened in the midst of the earth, which was full of fire. And to this were brought the blind sheep, which being judged and found guilty were all thrust into that abyss of fire on the earth and burnt. The abyss was on the right of the house, and I saw the sheep burning and their bones consuming. I stood beholding him emerge, that ancient house, while they brought out its pillars, every plant in it, and the ivory unfolding it, they brought it out and deposited it in a place on the right side of the earth. I also saw that the master of the sheep produced a new house, great and loftier than the former, which he bounded by the former circular spot, all its pillars. There you go. My gosh, I just can't believe it. I can't believe. I told you. He said, and you're going to see it. We're almost done. I think there's 100 chapters or 99 chapters. We're almost done. I'm trying to get it all read to you tonight, but I'm going to be back to read more of it. But we're going to get it all right here real quick. That's why I'm trying to read fast. I'm hungry. I don't know if you can hear my belly a-growling, but I don't care. This nothing else matters right now. Your life is what matters. All esteem is what matters to Abba Yahuwah. In that circular spot, all its pillars were new, and its ivory new, as well as more abundant than the former ancient ivory which he had brought out. And while all the sheep which were left were in the midst of it, all the beasts of the earth and all the birds of heaven fell down and worshipped them, petitioning them and obeying them in everything. Then those 3 who were clothed in white, and who, holding me by my hand, had before caused me to ascend, while the hand of him who spoke held me, raised me up and placed me in the midst of the sheep before the judgment took place. The sheep were all white, with wool, long and pure. Then all who had perished and had been destroyed, every beast of the field and every bird of heaven, assembled in that house, while the master of the sheep rejoiced with great joy, because all were good and had come back again to his dwelling. And I saw that they laid down the sword which had been given to the sheep, and returned it to his house, sealing it up in the presence of the master. All the sheep would have been enclosed in that house, had it been capable of containing them. And the eyes of all were open, gazing on the good one, nor was there one among them who did not behold him. I likewise perceived that the house was large, wide, and extremely full. I saw, too, that a white cow was born, whose horns were great, and that all the beasts of the field and all the birds of the heavens were alarmed at him and entreated him at all times. Then I saw that the nature of all of them was changed, and that they became white cows, and that the first who was in the midst of them spoke when the word became a large beast, upon the head of which were great and black horns, while the master of the sheep rejoiced over them and over all the cows. I lay down in the midst of them, and I awoke and saw the whole. This is the vision which I saw, lying down and waking. Then I blessed the master. I blessed Yahuwah of righteousness and gave glory to him. Afterwards I wept abundantly, nor did my tears cease, so that I became incapable of enduring it while I was looking on. They flowed on account of what I saw, for all was come, and gone by, every individual circumstance respecting the conduct of mankind was seen by me. And that night I remembered my former dream, and therefore wept and was troubled because I had seen that vision. And now, my son Methuselah, call to me all my brethren, and assemble for me all the children of thy mother. For a voice calls me, and the Spirit is poured out upon me, that I may show you everything which shall happen to you forever. Then Methuselah went, called to him all his brethren, and assembled his kindred, and conversing with all his children in truth. Enoch said, Hear, my children, every word of your father, and listen in uprightness to the voice of my mouth, for I would gain your attention while I address you, my beloved. Be attached to integrity and walk in it. What's integrity, my friends? It's doing the right thing no matter who's looking, who's around, no matter what the circumstance is. It's doing the right thing. Approach not integrity with a double heart, nor be associated with double-minded men, but walk, my children, in righteousness, which will conduct you in good paths, and be truth your companion. For I know that oppression will exist and prevail on earth, that on earth great punishment shall in the end take place, and that there shall be a consummation of all iniquity, which shall be cut off from its root, and every fabric raised by it shall pass away. Iniquity, however, shall again be renewed and consummated. On every act of crime and every act of oppression and impiety shall be a second time embraced. If you say you give all esteem and you've accepted the Messiah, you bow down to the Most High, but you don't care about your house, you ain't walking, you ain't going to your house, you don't have integrity. You ain't bowing to nothing but yourself and whatever man and them wicked beings have taught you and brought about. You have to come out. That's why it said they perceived the Son of man, the elect one. They perceived him. The ones that stood there, they perceived him. Everyone saw him, but only those who actually followed him made it, who picked up their stake. When therefore iniquity, sin, blasphemy, tyranny, and every evil work shall increase, and when transgression, impiety, and uncleanness also shall increase, then upon them all shall great punishment be inflicted from heaven. The set apart Yahuwah shall go forth in wrath, and upon them all shall great punishment from heaven be inflicted. The set apart Yahuwah shall go forth in wrath, and with punishment, that he may execute judgment upon earth. In those days, oppression shall be cut off from its roots. Yeah. And iniquity with fraud shall be eradicated, perishing from under heaven. Fraud. Every place of strength shall be surrendered with its inhabitants. Chattanooga, Tennessee, Israel, all those places. With fire shall it be burnt. They shall be brought from every part of the earth, and be cast into a judgment of fire. They shall perish in wrath, and by a judgment overpowering them forever. So we've been reading that. You're going to see it. If you don't get in your car and step on the gas, you're going to see it, because you're going to be brought here one way or the other. But if you have to be drug here, it ain't going to be a rapture. You're going to see us standing there, who longed for this place, who wanted to come here, who followed the word of truth, who put the car and drive and stepped on the gas. You're going to see us standing there getting ready to enter into ever after joy, peace, and happiness, and you're going to be drug off into torment. Yep. Righteousness shall be raised up from slumber, and wisdom shall be raised up and conferred upon them. Then shall the roots of iniquity be cut off, sinners perish by the sword, and blasphemers be annihilated everywhere. Those who meditate oppression and those who blaspheme by the sword shall perish. And now, my children, I will describe and point out to you the path of righteousness and the path of oppression. I will again point them out to you, that you may know what is to come. Hear now, my children, and walk in the path of righteousness, but shun that of oppression.
For all who walk in the path of iniquity shall perish forever. That which was written by Enoch, he wrote all this instruction of wisdom for every man of dignity, and every judge of the earth, for all my children who shall dwell upon the earth, and for subsequent generations conducting themselves uprightly and peaceably. Let not your spirit be grieved on account of the times, for the set apart, the Great One, has prescribed a period to all. Let the righteous man arise from slumber, let him arise and proceed in the path of righteousness in all its paths, and let him advance in goodness and in eternal clemency. Mercy shall be showed to the righteous man. Upon him shall be conferred integrity and power forever. In goodness and in righteousness shall he exist, and shall walk in everlasting light. But sin shall perish in eternal darkness, nor be seen from this time forward evermore. After this Enoch began to speak from the book. And Enoch said, concerning the children of righteousness, concerning the elect of the world, and concerning the plant of righteousness and integrity, concerning these things will I speak, and these things will I explain to you, my children. I who am Enoch, in consequence of that which has been shown to me from my heavenly vision and from the voice of the set-apart angels, have I acquired knowledge, and from the tablet of heaven have I acquired understanding. Enoch then began to speak from the book and said, I have been born the 7th in the 1st week, while judgment and righteousness wait with patience. But after me in the 2nd week, great wickedness shall arise, and fraud shall spring forth. In that week the end of the 1st shall take place, in which mankind shall be safe. But when the 1st is completed, iniquity shall grow up, and he shall execute the decree upon sinners. Afterwards, in the 3rd week, during its completion, a man of the plant of righteous judgment shall be selected, and after him the plan of righteousness shall come for forever. Subsequently, in the 4th week, during its completion, the visions of the set apart and righteous shall be seen. The order of generation after generation shall take place, and an habitation shall be made for them. Then in the 5th week, during its completion, the house of glory and of dominion shall be erected forever. After that, in the 6th week, all those who are in it shall be darkened. The hearts of all of them shall be forgetful of wisdom, and in it shall a man ascend. And during its completion he shall burn the house of dominion with fire, and all the race of the elect root shall be dispersed. Afterwards, in the 7th week, a perverse generation shall arise. Abundant shall be its deeds, and all its deeds perverse during its completion. The righteous shall be selected from the everlasting plant of righteousness, and to them shall be given the sevenfold doctrine of his whole creation. Afterwards there shall be another week, the 8th of righteousness, to which shall be given a sword to execute judgment and justice upon all oppressors. Sinners shall be delivered up into the hands of the righteous, who during its completion shall acquire habitations by their righteousness, and the house of the great king shall be established for celebrations forever, revelry forever after. This in the 9th week shall the judgment of righteousness be revealed to the whole world. Every work of the ungodly shall disappear from the whole earth. The world shall be marked for destruction, and all men shall be on the lookout for the path of integrity. There you go, on the lookout for the path of integrity. If you don't walk down the path of integrity, you're marked for destruction with that mark. It's not a chip. I mean, if you're marked, you can get the chip and everything else, And after this, on the 7th day, on the 10th week, there shall be an everlasting judgment, which shall be executed upon the watchers, and a spacious eternal heaven shall spring forth in the midst of the angels. The former heaven shall depart and pass away, a new heaven shall appear, and all the celestial powers shall shine with sevenfold splendor. Forever afterwards, likewise, shall there be many weeks, which shall eternally exist in goodness and in righteousness. Neither shall sin be named there forever and forever. Who is there of the children of men capable of hearing the voice of the set-apart one without getting butthurt? Without emotion? Are you capable? Are you even still here? I wonder who's still here. I wonder who watches this video in its entirety.
Who is there capable of thinking his thoughts? Who capable of contemplating all the workmanship of heaven? Who of comprehending the deeds of heaven? He may behold its animation, but not its spirit. He may be capable of conversing respecting it, but not of ascending to it. May he see all the boundaries of these things and meditate upon them, but he can make nothing like them. Who of all men is able to understand the breadth and length of the earth? By whom have been seen the dimensions of all these things? Is it every man who is capable of comprehending the extent of heaven, what its elevation is, and by what it is supported? How many are the numbers of the stars, and where all the luminaries remain at rest? And now let me exhort you, my children, to love righteousness and to walk in it. For the paths of righteousness are worthy of acceptation, but the paths of iniquity shall suddenly fail and be diminished. To men of note in their generation, the paths of oppression and death are revealed, but they keep far from them and do not follow them. Now too, let me exhort you who are righteous, not to walk in the paths of evil and oppression, nor in the paths of death. Approach them not, that you may not perish, but covet. You see, if you're sitting there, if you're going to say, no, I'm righteous, and I do what's right, I've accepted Messiah, but you walk down the path of death, you're going to perish. That's why at the end it says, but covet your covenant, and choose for yourselves righteousness and a good life. Walk in the paths of peace, that you may live and be found worthy. Retain my words in your midst, in your inmost thoughts, and obliterate them not from your hearts. For I know that sinners counsel men to commit crime craftily. They are not found in every place, nor does every counsel possess a little of them. Woe to those who build up iniquity and oppression, and who lay the foundation of fraud, for suddenly they shall be subverted and never obtain peace. Woe to those who build up their houses with crime, for from their very foundation shall their houses be demolished, and by the sword shall they themselves fall. Those, too, who acquire gold and silver, like mud in the streets, shall justly and suddenly perish. Woe to you who are rich, for in your riches have you trusted, but from your riches you shall be removed, because you have not remembered the Most High in the days of your prosperity. You shall be removed, because you have not remembered the Most High in the days of your prosperity. You have committed blasphemy and iniquity, and are destined to the day of the effusion of blood, to the day of darkness, and to the day of the great judgment. This I declare and point out to you, that he who created you will destroy you. When you fall, he will not show you mercy, but your Creator will rejoice in your destruction. Let those then who shall be righteous among you in those days detest sinners and the ungodly. Oh, that my eyes were clouds of water, that I might weep over you, and pour forth my tears like rain, and rest from the sorrow of my heart. Who has permitted you to hate and to transgress? Judgment shall overtake you, ye sinners. The righteous shall not fear the wicked, because the Most High will again bring them into your power, that you may avenge yourselves of them according to your pleasure. Woe to you who shall be so bound by execrations that you cannot be released from them, the remedy being far removed from you on account of your sins. Woe to you who recompense your neighbor with evil, for you shall be recompensed according to your works. Woe to you, you false witnesses, you who aggravate iniquity, for you shall suddenly perish. Woe to you, ye sinners, for you reject the righteous, for you receive or reject at pleasure those who commit iniquity, and their yoke shall prevail over you. Wait and hope, ye righteous, for suddenly shall sinners perish from before you, and you shall exercise dominion over them according to your will. In the day of the sufferings of sinners your offspring shall be elevated and lifted up like eagles. Your nest shall be more exalted than that of the Avast. You shall ascend and enter into the cavities of the earth, and into the clefts of the rocks forever, like conies from the sight of the ungodly, who shall groan over you and weep like sirens. You shall not fear those who trouble you, for restoration shall be yours. A splendid light shall shine around you, and the voice of tranquility shall be heard from heaven. Woe to you sinners, for your wealth makes you resemble saints, but your hearts reproach you. Knowing that you are sinners, this word shall testify against you for the remembrance of crime. Woe to you who feed upon the glory of the corn, and drink the strength of your deepest spring, and in the pride of your power tread down the humble. Woe to you who drink water at pleasure, for suddenly shall you be recompensed, consumed, and withered, because you have forsaken the fountain of life. Woe to you who act iniquitously, fraudulently, and blasphemously. There shall be a remembrance against you for evil. Woe to you, ye powerful, who with power strike down righteousness, for the day of your destruction shall come, while at that very time many and good days shall be the portion of the righteous, even at the period of your judgment. The righteous are confident that sinners will be disgraced and perish in the day of iniquity. You shall yourselves be conscious of it, for the Most High will remember your destruction, and the angels shall rejoice over it. What will you do, ye sinners, and where will you fly in the day of judgment? When you shall hear the words of the prayer of the righteous. You are not like them who in this respect witness against you. You are associates of sinners. In those days shall the prayers of the righteous come up before Yahuwah, when the day of your judgment shall arrive, and every circumstance of your iniquity be related before the great and the set apart one. Your faces shall be covered with shame, while every deed strengthened by crime shall be rejected. Woe unto you, sinners, who in the midst of the sea and on dry land are those against whom an evil record exists. Woe to you who squander silver and gold, not obtained in righteousness, and say, we are rich, possess wealth, and have acquired everything we can desire. Now then will we do whatsoever we are disposed to do, for we have amassed silver, our barns are full, and the husbandmen of our families are like overflowing water. Like water shall your falsehood pass away, for your wealth will not be permanent, but shall suddenly ascend from you, because you have obtained it all iniquitously. To extreme malediction shall you be delivered up. And now I swear to you, ye crafty, as well as simple ones, that you often contemplating the earth, you who are men, clothe yourselves more elegantly than married women, and both together more so than unmarried ones. Everywhere array yourselves in majesty, in magnificence, in authority, and in silver, but gold, purple, honor, and wealth like water flow away. Erudition, therefore, and wisdom are not theirs. Thus they shall perish together with their riches, with all their glory, and with all their honors, while with disgrace, with slaughter, and in extreme penury shall their spirits be thrust into a furnace of fire. I have sworn to you, ye sinners, that neither mountain nor hill has been or shall be subservient to women. Neither in this way has crime been sent down to us upon earth, but men of their own heads have invented it. And greatly shall those who give it efficiency be execrated. Barrenness shall not be previously inflicted on women, but on account of the work of her hand shall she die childless. I have sworn to you, ye sinners, by the holy, set apart, and great one, that all your evil deeds are disclosed in the heavens, and that none of your oppressive acts are concealed in secret. Think not in your minds, neither say in your hearts, that every crime is not manifested and seen in heaven. It is daily written down before the Most High. Henceforward shall it be manifested. For every act of oppression which you commit shall be daily recorded until the period of your condemnation. Woe to you, ye simple ones, for you shall perish in your simplicity. To the wise you will not listen, and that which is good you shall not obtain. Now therefore know that you are destined to the day of destruction, nor hope that sinners shall live, but in process of time you shall die, for you are not marked for redemption. There you go. But are destined to the day of great judgment, to the day of distress, and to extreme ignominy of your souls. Woe to you, ye obdurate in heart, who commit crime and feed on blood. Whence is it that you feed on good things, drink, and are satiated? Is it not because our Master, our Yahuwah, the Most High, has abundantly supplied every good thing upon earth? To you there shall not be peace. Woe to you who love the deeds of iniquity. Why do you hope for that which is good? Know that you shall be given up into the hands of the righteous, who shall cut off your neck, slay you, and show you no compassion. Woe to you who rejoice in the trouble of righteous, for a grave shall not be dug for you. Woe to you who frustrate the word of the righteous, for to you there shall be no hope of life. Woe to you who write down the word of falsehood and the word of the wicked, for the falsehood they record, that they may hear and not forget folly. To them there shall be no peace, but they shall surely die suddenly. Woe to them who act impiously, who laud and honor the word of falsehood. You have been lost in perdition and have never led a virtuous life. Woe to you who change the words of integrity. They transgress against the everlasting decree, and cause the heads of those who are not sinners to be trodden down upon earth. In those days you, O ye righteous, shall have been deemed worthy of having your prayers rise up in remembrance, and shall have deposited them in testimony before the angels, that they might record the sins of sinners in the presence of the Most High. In those days the nations shall be overthrown, but the families of the nations shall rise again in the day of perdition. In those days they who become pregnant shall go forth, carry off their children, and forsake them. Their offspring shall slip from them, and while suckling them shall they forsake them. They shall never return to them, and never instruct their beloved. Again I swear to you, ye sinners, that crime has been prepared for the day of blood, which never ceases. They shall worship stones and engrave golden, silver, and wooden images. They shall worship impure spirits, demons, and every idol in temples, but no help shall be obtained for them. Their hearts shall become impious through their folly, and their eyes be blinded with mental superstition. In their visionary dreams shall they be impious and superstitious, lying in all their actions, and worshipping a stone. Altogether they shall perish. But in those days blessed shall they be, to whom the word of wisdom is delivered, who point out and pursue the path of the Most High, who walk in the way of righteousness, and who act not impiously with impious. They shall be saved. Woe to you who expand the crime of your neighbor, for in hell shall you be slain. Woe to you who lay the foundation of sin and deceit, who are bitter on earth, for on it shall you be consumed. Woe to you who build your houses by the labor of others, every part of which is constructed with brick and with stone of crime. I tell you that you shall not obtain peace. Woe to you who despise the extent of the everlasting inheritance of your fathers, while your souls follow after idols, for to you there shall be no tranquility. Just the fact alone that Abraham went to the inheritance, and Moses and Aaron, David, everyone, that should be enough right there for you to not want Chattanooga, Tennessee. That alone should be enough for you to get out, Walker, whatever the case may be, and start walking, driving, whatever it is, to find it and get home. That right there. Woe to them who commit iniquity and give aid to blasphemy, who slay their neighbor until the day of that great judgment, for your glory shall fall. Malevolence shall he put into your hearts, and the spirit of his wrath shall stir you up, that every one of you may perish by the sword. Then shall all the righteous and the set apart remember your crimes. In those days shall the fathers be struck down with their children in the presence of each other, and brethren with their brethren shall fall dead, until a river shall flow from their blood. For a man shall not restrain his hand from his children, nor from his children's children. His mercy will be to kill them. Nor shall the sinner restrain his hand from his honored brother. From the dawn of day to the setting sun shall the slaughter continue. The horse shall wade up to his breast, and the chariot shall sink to its axle in the blood of sinners. In those days the angel shall descend into places of concealment, and gather together in one spot all who have assisted in crime. In that day shall the Most High rise up to execute great judgment upon all sinners, and to commit the guardianship of all the righteous, and set apart to the set apart angels, that they may protect them as the apple of an eye, until every evil and every crime be annihilated. Whether or no the righteous sleep securely, wise men shall then truly perceive, and the sons of the earth shall understand every word of that book, knowing that their riches cannot save them in the ruin of their crimes. Woe to you, ye sinners, when you shall be afflicted on account of the righteous in the day of the great trouble, shall be burnt in the fire and be recompensed according to your deeds. Woe to you, ye perverted in heart, who are watchful to obtain an accurate knowledge of evil and to discover terrors. No one shall assist you. Woe to you, ye sinners, for with the words of your mouths and with the work of your hands you have acted impiously. In the flame of a blazing fire shall you be burnt. And now know ye that the angels shall inquire into your conduct in heaven. Of the sun, the moon, the stars shall they inquire respecting your sins. For upon earth you exercise jurisdiction over the righteous. Every cloud shall bear witness against you, the snow, the dew, the rain, for all of them shall be withholden from you, that they may not descend upon you, nor become subservient to your crimes. Now then, bring gifts of salutation to the rain, that not being withholders, it may descend upon you, and to the dew, if it is received from you, gold and silver. But when the frost, snow, cold, every snowy wind, and every suffering belong to them, fall upon you, in those days you will be utterly incapable of standing before them. Attentively consider heaven, all ye progeny of heaven, all ye works of the Most High. Fear him, nor conduct yourselves criminally before him. If he shut up the windows of heaven, restraining the rain, and do that it may not descend upon earth on your account, what will you do? And if he send his wrath upon you and upon all your deeds, you are not they who can supplicate him. You who utter against his righteousness language proud and powerful to you, there shall be no peace. And look, I'm trying to read this fast because I've been here for 4 hours, but look, there's nothing there. I'll sit out here all night long if I have to get you to come home. If you say that's not what I have to do, guess what that is? That's language proud and powerful. To you there shall be no peace. You're saying, I don't care if Abraham had to go. I don't care if Noah had to build the boat. I don't care that Moses and Aaron, all of them had to do what they had to do. I'm better than that. I can do this and I can do that. There'll be no peace to you. Do you not see the commanders of ships, how their vessels are tossed about by the waves, torn to pieces by the winds, and exposed to their greatest peril? That they therefore fear, because their whole property is embarked with them on the ocean, and that they forebode evil in their hearts, because it may swallow them up, and they may perish in it. Did you get that? You see that? Is not the whole sea, all its waters, all its commotion, the work of him, the Most High, of him who has sealed up all its exertions and girded it on every side with sand? Is it not at his rebuke dried up and alarmed, while all its fish with everything contained in it die? All will not you, ye sinners who are on earth, fear him? Is not he the maker of heaven and earth and all things which are in them? And who has given erudition and wisdom to all that move progress upon the earth and over the sea? Are not the commanders of ships terrified at the ocean, and shall not sinners be terrified at the Most High? In those days when he shall cast the calamity of fire upon you, whither will you fly, and where will you be safe? And when he sends forth his word against you, are you not spared? And are you not spared and terrified? All the luminaries are agitated with great fear, and all the earth is spared, while it trembles and suffers anxiety. All the angels fulfill the commands received by them, and are desirous of being concealed from the presence of the great glory, while the children of the earth are alarmed and troubled. But you, ye sinners, are forever accursed. To you there shall be no peace. Fear not, ye souls of the righteous, but wait with patient hope for the day of your death in righteousness. Grieve not, because your souls descend in great trouble with groaning, lamentation, and sorrow to the receptacle of the dead. In your lifetime your bodies have not received a recompense, in proportion to your goodness. But in the period of your existence have sinners existed in the period of execration and of punishment. And when you die, sinners say concerning you, as we die, the righteous die. What profit have they in their works? Behold, like us, they expire in sorrow and in darkness. What advantage have they over us? Henceforward are we equal. What will be within their grasp, and what before their eyes forever? For behold, they are dead, and never will they again perceive the light. I say unto you, ye sinners, you have been satiated with meat and drink, with human plunder and rapine, with sin and with accusation of wealth, and with sight of good days. Have you not marked the righteous, how their end is in peace? For no oppression is found in them, even to the day of their death they perish, and are as if they were not, while their souls descend in trouble to the receptacle of the dead. But now I swear to you, ye righteous, by the greatness of his splendor and his glory, by his illustrious kingdom and by his majesty, to you I swear that I comprehend this mystery, that I have read the tablet of heaven, have seen the writing of the set-apart ones, and have discovered what is written and impressed on it in concerning you. I have seen that all goodness, joy, and glory has been prepared for you, and been written down for the spirits of them who die eminently righteous and good. To you it shall be given in return for your troubles, and your portion of happiness shall far exceed the portion of the living. The spirits of you who die in righteousness shall exist and rejoice, their spirit shall exalt, and their remembrance shall be before the face of the Mighty One from generation to generation, nor shall they now fear disgrace. Woe to you, sinners, when you die in your sins, and they who are like you say respecting you, blessed are these sinners. They have lived out their whole period, and now they die in happiness and in wealth, distress and in slaughter. They knew not while alive. In honor they die, nor ever in their lifetime did judgment overtake them. But has it not been shown to them that when to the receptacle of the dead their souls shall be made to descend, their evil deeds shall become their greatest torment, into darkness, into the snare, and into the flame, which shall burn to the great judgment, shall their spirits enter, and the great judgment shall take effect forever and ever. Woe to you, for to you there shall be no peace, neither can you say to the righteous and to the good who are alive, in the days of our trouble have we been afflicted. Every species of trouble have we seen, and many evil things have suffered. Our spirits have been consumed, lessened, and diminished. We have perished, nor has there been a possibility of help for us in word or in deed. We have found none, but have been tormented and destroyed. We have not expected to live day after day. We hoped indeed to have been the head, but we have become the tail. We have been afflicted when we have exerted ourselves, but we have been devoured by sinners and the ungodly. Their yoke has been heavy upon us. Those have exercised dominion over us who detest and who goad us, and to those who hate us have we humbled our neck, but they have shown no compassion towards us. We have been desirous of escaping from them, that we might fly away and be at rest up in the twinkling of an eye. But we have found no place to which we could fly and be secure from them. We have sought an asylum with princes in our distress, and have cried out to those who devouring us. But our cry has not been regarded, nor have they been disposed to hear our voice, but rather to assist those who plunder and devour us, those who diminish us and hide their oppression, who remove not their yoke from us, but devour, enervate, and slay us, who conceal our slaughter, nor remember that they have lifted up their hands against us. Okay, there's only 2 chapters left. If you're having a little trouble hearing me, I had to start the truck. My feet are freezing off me. It's cold out here, but we're almost done. You got to hear this. I swear to you, ye righteous, that in heaven the angels record your goodness before the glory of the Mighty One. Wait with patient hope, for formerly you have been disgraced with evil and with affliction. But now shall you shine like the luminaries of heaven. You shall be seen. And what the luminaries do? They had to go their course. Stay the course. You shall be seen, and the gates of heaven shall be open to you. Your cries have cried for judgment, and it has appeared to you. For on account of all your suffering shall be required from the princes and from everyone who has assisted your plunders. Wait with patient hope, nor relinquish your confidence, for great joy shall be yours, like that of the angels in heaven. Conduct yourselves as you may, still you shall not be concealed in the day of the great judgment. You shall not be found like sinners, and eternal condemnation shall be far from you, so long as the world exists. And now fear not, ye righteous, when you see sinners flourishing and prosperous in their ways. Be not associates with them, but keep yourselves at a distance from their oppression. Be you associated with the host of heaven, ye sinners. Say all our transgressions shall not be taken on account of and be recorded, but all your transgressions shall be recorded daily. And be assured by me that light and darkness, day and night, behold all your transgressions. Be not impious in your thoughts. Lie not. Surrender not the word of uprightness. Lie not against the word of the set apart and mighty one. Glorify not your idols, for all your lying and all your impiety is not for righteousness, but for great crime. Now will I point out a mystery. Many sinners shall turn and transgress against the word of uprightness. They shall speak evil things. They shall utter falsehood, execute great undertakings, and compose books in their own words. But when they shall write all my words correctly in their own languages, they shall neither change or diminish them, but shall write them all correctly, all which from the first I have uttered concerning them. Another mystery also I point out to you, to the righteous and the wise shall be given books of joy, of integrity, of great wisdom. To them shall books be given, in which they shall believe, and in which they shall rejoice, and all the righteous shall be rewarded, who from these shall require knowledge of every upright path. In those days, says Yahuwah, they shall call to the children of the earth, and make them listen to their wisdom. Show them that you are their leaders, and that remuneration shall take place over the whole earth. For I and my son will forever hold communion with them in the paths of uprightness. While they are still alive, peace shall be yours. Rejoice, children of integrity, in truth. After a time, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech. She became pregnant by him and brought forth a child, the flesh of which was as white as snow and red as a rose, the hair of whose head was white like wool and long, and whose eyes were beautiful. When he opened them, he illuminated all the house. He illuminated the house. Noah, when his eyes were open, he illuminated all the house. Like the sun, the whole house abounded with light. And when he was taken from the hand of the midwife, opening also his mouth, he spoke to Yahuwah of righteousness. Then Lamech his father was afraid of him, and flying away came to his own father Methuselah, and said, I have begotten a son. Unlike to other children, he is not human, but resembling the offspring of the angels of heaven, is of a different nature from ours, being altogether unlike to us. His eyes are bright as the rays of the sun, his countenance glorious, and looks not as if he belonged to me, but to the angels. I am afraid lest something miraculous should take place on the earth in his days. And now, my father, let me entreat you, request you to our progenitor Enoch, and to learn from him the truth, for his residence is with the angels. When Methuselah heard the words of his son, he came to me at the extremities of the earth, for he had been informed that I was there, and he cried out. I heard his voice, and went to him, saying, Behold, I am here, my son, since thou art come to me. He answered and said, On account of a great event have I come to thee. On account of a sight difficult to be comprehended have I approached thee. And now, my father, hear me, for to my son Lamech a child has been born, who resembled not him, whose nature is not like the nature of man. His color is whiter than snow, he is redder than the rose, the hair of his head is whiter than white wool, his eyes are like the rays of the sun, and when he opened them, he illuminated the whole house. When also he was taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth and blessed Yahuwah of heaven. His father Lamech feared and fled to me, believing not that the child belonged to him, but that he resembled the angels of heaven. And behold, I am come to thee, that thou mightest point out to me the truth. Then I, Enoch, answered and said, Yahuwah will effect a new thing upon the earth. This have I explained, and seen in a vision I have shown thee, that in the generations of Jared my father, Those who were from heaven disregarded the word of Yahuwah. Behold, they committed crimes, laid aside their class, and intermingled with women. With them also they transgressed, married with them, and begot children. A great destruction therefore shall come upon all the earth, a deluge, a great destruction shall take place in 1 year. This child which is born to you shall survive on the earth, and his 3 sons shall be saved with him. When all mankind who are on earth shall die, he shall be safe. And his posterity shall beget on the earth giants, not spiritual but carnal. Upon the earth shall a great punishment be inflicted, and it shall be washed from all corruption. Now therefore inform thy son Lamech that he who is born is a child in truth, and he shall call his name Noah, for he shall be to you a survivor. He and his children shall be saved from the corruption which shall take place in the world, from all the sin and from all the iniquity which shall be consummated on earth in his days. Afterwards shall greater impiety take place than that which had been before consummated on the earth. For I am acquainted with set-apart mysteries, which Yahuwah himself has discovered and explained to me, and which I have read in the tablets of heaven. In them I saw it written, that generation after generation shall transgress, until a righteous race shall arise, until transgression and crime perish from off the earth, until all goodness come upon it. And now, my son, go tell thy son Lamech that the child which is born is his child in truth, and that there is no deception. When Methuselah heard the word of his father Enoch, who had shown him every secret thing, he returned with understanding and called the name of that child Noah, because he was to console the earth on account of all its destruction. Another book which Enoch wrote for his son Methuselah, and for those who should come after him, and preserve their purity of conduct in the latter days. You, who have labored, shall wait in those days until the evildoers be consumed, and the power of the guilty be annihilated. Wait until sin pass away, for their names shall be blotted out of the set-apart books. Their seed shall be destroyed, and their spirit slain. They shall cry out and lament in the invisible waste, in the invisible waste. And in the bottomless fire shall they burn. There I perceived, as it were, a cloud which could not be seen through, for from the depth of it I was unable to look upwards. I beheld also a flame of fire blazing brightly, and as it were, glittering mountains whirled around and agitated from side to side. Then I inquired of one of the set-apart angels who was with me, and said, What is this splendid object? For it is not heaven, but a flame of fire alone which blazes, and there is the clamor of exclamation, of woe, and of great suffering. And he said, There, into the place which thou beholdest, shall be thrust the spirits of sinners and blasphemers, of those who shall do evil, and who shall pervert all which the Most High has spoken by the mouth of the prophets. All which they ought to do, for respecting these things there shall be writings and impressions above in heaven, that the angels may read them, and know what shall happen both to sinners and to the spirits of the humble, to those who have suffered in their bodies, but have been rewarded by the Most High, who have been injuriously treated by wicked men, who have loved the Most High, who have been attached neither to gold nor silver, nor to any good thing in the world, but have given their bodies to torment. To those who from the period of their birth have not been covetous of earthly riches, but have regarded themselves as a breath passing away. Such has been their conduct, and much has Yahuwah tried them, and their spirits have been found pure, that they might bless his name. All their blessings have I related in a book, and he has rewarded them, for they have been found to love heaven with an everlasting aspiration, the Most High has said. While they have been trodden down by wicked men, they have heard from them revilings and blasphemies, and have been ignominiously treated while they were blessing me. And now will I call the spirits of the good from the generation of light, and will change those who have been born in darkness, who have now not in their bodies been recompensed with glory, as their faith may have merited. I will bring them into the splendid light of those who love my holy name, and I will place each of them on a throne of glory, a glory peculiarly his own, and they shall be at rest during unnumbered periods. Righteous is the judgment of the Most High. For to the faithful shall he give faith in the habitations of uprightness. They shall see those who, having been born in darkness, unto darkness shall be cast, while the righteous shall be at rest. Sinners shall cry out, beholding them, while they exist in splendor and proceed forward to the days and periods prescribed to them. Here ends the vision. Enoch the prophet, may the benediction of his prayer and the gift of his appointed period be with his beloved. There we go. Whew. Let me tell you, my Mishpachah, my friends. You know, I want to say, don't keep saying, no, I don't have to go, because you're going to die. And you're going to see those of us who came home standing, clothed in white, going on to everlasting peace and joy that you can have. But if you don't get in the car and you don't hit the gas, you won't find rest. You'll find death fast. It's coming soon. Like I told you, like you should know. I would. How many people have read Enoch and never seen all this? Why? It's time. I just read it to you. Don't wait. Get in the car now before it's too late. I love you. Till next time. Hopefully you're running down the street shouting for joy to get in your car and get here quick. I'm doing it because I'm already here.